to have when there's like multiple characters that you really like, and it's just like, who do I change to? For now I've still had the pink girly pop Skell, but yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Like how they All right, so let's do our thing here. We have a lot of green quests. I did do some blue quests yesterday to get them off of my map, so feeling kind of good about that. I also did a little bit of exploration yesterday. Let's see who we can do today. I think I can do murder. Actually, I can do a lot of these. New and new LA. Let's do this one. This one doesn't really have a ton of requirements. So today I would like to do Caleb. I want to do Caleb every day, so I get it. Doug, we should have told him what Lau said. We should have. Let's tag team. I'm down. Okay. New and new. Wait. Hold on a minute. Is this for who I think it's for?
I'm sorry, but my answer must remain no.
I still don't see how this is asking too much, considering what we've done for you. You must understand. We know that Rock is being pursued by the Ganglion, and yet we offered him asylum here in NLA nonetheless.
What is he asking her for?
In doing so, we have increased the odds of our city coming under attack.
Your people were in a state of war with the Ganglion long before we
Oh,
arrived.
I'm getting pissed off again.
That's correct. Which is precisely why I'm proposing we unite against them. We don't ask him to fight alone, merely that he lends his strength to ours.
Girl!
Does that request seem so unreasonable? A being like Rock would be a great asset in the field. It would be a shame to see that go to waste.
Are you making deals here, or threats?
Okay, Elma.
Hey, everybody.
Elma's giving me whiplash.
I simply propose a mutually beneficial agreement. I do not appreciate your characterizing it as a threat.
Ask what part of this is mutual. Ask why Rock has to fight.
Yeah, Rock doesn't want to fight.
And I respect his right to choose.
Do you?
He is welcome to refuse to contribute to this city, and then leave it.
That's horrible. Thank you, truly. But it is all right. What do you mean?
I'm getting mad.
We shall discuss the matter and come to a decision shortly. Is that satisfactory?
Of course. I do hope you can both see reason in this matter.
I'm getting so pissed. I'm getting so pissed. Blowing him up with my mind.
Don't worry about him. We have plenty of non-combatants around here. Blade membership is entirely voluntary.
But I feel terrible for not fighting when I'm so big.
You don't have to do that.
Selfish,
No,
you
it's
know?
not.
It's not selfish, Rock. You are a kind and beautiful soul. Never be ashamed for choosing peace.
Pretty lady is correct.
Pretty
Tatsu
lady.
not fight once in whole life, and Tatsu never feels shame.
Thanks, I think.
Bide here a moment, Rock. I have an idea.
Where are you going?
Don't you worry about a thing. Just give me a little time.
Oh, she is so pretty. I'm in love. I'm in love again. Hi, Photog, wake up, babe. New quote, try pretty ladies great. This is gonna be him in 2 minutes. Right. Gotta let you'll be in and out. No worries, Mira. She's gonna blow up that guy with her mind. What in the 2025 is this? Photog, this game, like yesterday, we were going through it because like this game came out originally in 2015, but I fear they predicted the future with this game because the way that this is literally real life right now. Like everything that happens now, I'm like, what? Does Takahashi have a time machine? Does he have some kind of superpower where he can see the future and then he makes his games based off of the future? Like, what's going on here? Because this is actually, this is pissing me off already. Like, what do you mean you're not going to offer asylum if you can't take advantage of somebody's like abilities? Like he is baby, go away, Maurice. Elma's woke again. Stop it. Of course a man would say this. I know. I just feel like this is how it was 10 years ago and nothing has changed. Like, I mean, honestly, I feel that when this came out, politics were normal. I say that with like a grain of salt, okay? But now it's like full on like blatantly in your face, you know what I mean? Like in 2025, and that's what's happening here. It's just, I don't even know. Like, I'm appalled. A grain of salt in this economy? A grain of egg. Okay, I hope that this quest leads to us beating Maurice's ass. That would be great, to be honest. Love that. Every time I have a quest here, I don't know why it always confuses me, because I'm like, oh, is it inside the Blade Tower? Probably. And like, or not the Blade, yeah. The barracks. Unalive the president. Man. Wait, what the hell? Okay, I'm confused. It's outside? Yeah, it's... This confuses me every time. Whenever there is a quest like this, you know, I'm confused again. What the fuck? We outside the mission. Usually at the front door of the big tower, you have to wait for the NPC to pop. Really? I wish Maurice would pop. This one's info gathering? Look at the mission requirements. Hold on. Or wait. Find information on Celica's whereabouts in the administrative district. Oh. Oh, this is... Okay.
Hey.
Intel is sparse.
Well, it is possible that another sapient alien race like the Manon is hiding there, perhaps one that bears us no ill will. We could certainly benefit from additional alliances. We must expand Frontier now so we can collect more information.
Listen.
I miss Lao, me too. Follow ball?
Listen.
Let's see if it works. I fear it's not working.
What's that?
Friend, no?
That's crazy.
Yeah? Get this.
Wait, did that work? Yeah, okay. Head to Blade Tower in the Administrative District and speak to Commander Van Ham. 13-year-old super mechanic girl was pressured into joining a battle squad with the with that director around. Honestly, I did it again. I done did it again. Okay, so maybe now he'll pop up. Wait, is this a turn-in? Well, this mission's a real gamble, but somebody has to stand up and do it. The question is who. If we send in someone sloppy or inexperienced, it's basically a death sentence. Ask about mission. I've been ordered to find a blade who will accept and complete a high-risk mission. If you're interested, I'll give you the details. So as you probably know, the survey of Noctilum is pretty far along at this point, and as a result, we recently picked up a strange signal. It was a bit tough to parse through all the noise, but it sounds like it might be an SOS coming from Suncatch Ravine. It's similar to a human signal, but not identical, almost like it's attempting to mimic one of our own. Okay, we'll go look. Without a doubt, and yes, it could be a trap, but it's also possible we find gangland deserters there. They could have some critical intel. So what do you think? The potential gains are huge, but so is the danger. This mission demands the best of the best. So we take it. Yes. We might as well just pick this up since it's here. Come back safe. Okay.
1, 3, 4.
Hey, Elma. Your crew saved that Celica girl a while back, yeah?
That's right. Why?
Did something happen?
Well, she came by with this look on her face. Asked what a person has to do to become a blade.
And what did you tell her?
Wait!
Well, I was just joking that clearing a mission solo would be a good start.
Is she gonna become a blade in, like...
Suddenly, she looked all serious and just turned and headed off.
In place of Rock?
That sounds like
Is she
trouble.
gonna be like,
We've gotta find her.
I will be the one
Yeah,
instead of
I
Rock?
figure. With that look, there's no telling what she might be planning, you know?
You shouldn't tease people who ask serious questions.
Bad mustache man.
You're right, you're right.
Get 'em.
My bad.
Let's just focus on finding her. She can't have left the city yet.
Hi, Kat. How are you? All right, where is she? Okay, we need to find information again. Not Van Ham sending Celica into danger while joking around. Right, everyone's pissing me off.
Hey! Hey.
Hi, Laura. What the hell did Van Ham think was going to happen? Right. I got my written offer last night. Now I want to negotiate the salary, but I'm scared. I think that you should advocate for yourself, Kat. Advocate for yourself, even though I know it's scary. Trust me, I understand that. But the worst they could say is no, honestly, because you've already like secured the job, right? So. I know it's scary though. I get it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I did the same thing when I was actually trying to figure out my rate for, I mean, like, I know what my rate is, but when I was thinking about it for Nintendo, like when they sponsored me for this game, I was like, oh my god, I'm like negotiating with Nintendo right now. Oh, so I get it. It's scary, especially when it's like, you know, like a big thing. I'm gonna get this one too.
Oh.
Oh, are you the one who picked up my listing? The issue I need resolved is urgent, yet I've had no luck finding help. I'd like to begin briefing you immediately, but first I must ask you one question. To my eye, New LA is a wild pastiche of alien races. How do you view our city? Wax poetic about New LA and its residents. Talk up how all New LA citizens work together. Complain that is wretched and unwholesome. I'm gonna do it. I agree with your powers of observation. I've watched the city grow for better and for worse. Some Xenos, for example, continue to flout the city's laws. Should they not be held accountable for their actions? Ask Alex what he intends to do about the lawbreakers. Question if humans have the right to judge other races. Tell me, where are we now? That's right, New LA. And all who live here have come on of their own free will. Guest or resident, all who stay under our roof must uphold our laws. Oh my god! Hi, Melantic. This is the very essence of what it means to be a civilized... Everything is gonna piss me off. Everything's gonna piss me off today. If we relinquish this, we have no future. Yet look around you. These aliens parade about the city as if they built it with their own two hands. What the fuck? Their own two hands or tentacles or whatever they have. I'm about to get the way I came back with my sandwiches to a fuck ask. Aiden, welcome back. Aiden, we are going through it right now with this. I just started this quest and I'm getting pissed. I propose we gather up each race and require them to attend a seminar that clearly defines it. Well then, will you assist me in this effort to raise our fair city up to a higher standard? I see in you a kindred spirit, good madam. I cannot thank you enough. I will round up as many Manon as I can. I would, however, ask you to call her three. We're gonna get some. My blood pressure's rising. Tell Alex you're not going to call her anyone. An unartful turn of phrase. My apologies. This guy is somebody who literally you will come across in real life. If you invite the three Manon to the seminar on your end, maybe it will help me learn to deal with them appropriately. What the fuck is this quest? Y'all, I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. Is this quest gonna piss me off more? Or is it going to, is it not? It's gonna piss me off more? It gets worse? Maybe we wait to do that. Maybe we wait to do that one. I think we should wait to do that one. We're gonna wait to do that one. I'm not ready to do that right now. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. I'm already going through it right now with just the beginning of that. Hi, easy peasy. The stream is going well. We just got started. I picked up a affinity quest that we're doing now. It's happening. Oh wait, that's right. We're looking for information. I forgot. They should adapt to our culture. Yes. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding that it literally reminds me of somebody that you would come across in this day and age. And like, I'm going through it.
No.
That's crazy.
It's a good quest though. Def worth doing it. Is it gonna be a good quest? I'm a little nervous. Don't know. All I know is that the beginning of it really pissed me off. It was getting a little too real for me for a second there. All of this is very wow.
Oh, Elma.
What's wrong, Rock? Is it Celica?
Yeah, she was talking all crazy. Said she was going to join Blade and make us both citizens of NLA. She's trying to work for both of us so I won't have to fight.
I
I
figured.
knew it.
What do we do?
Oh, she's an angel.
She went to a place called Sylvalum to pick Selenian Sage all by herself.
What? That place is swarming with all kinds of terrible indigents.
Not to mention the ganglion.
Please, you gotta help her.
Of course, Rock. She's our friend too.
You know, I'm starting to think that we should have let the ganglion invade New LA, and like maybe we should just let them blow up New LA. Like, I'm starting to think. Like, Lao was really onto something. Lao, get back in the skull! The way all these quests are making me so depressed, working for both of them so we can get a citizenship. It's so much! It's so much! You sound like Lao. Good! The questline is amazing, world building wise, but it can be quite a lot to experience. But how many innocent people would have died in the crossfire? I mean, let's get all the good ones out, but there are so many terrible people in the city. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, this is awful. This is god awful. Like, who the fuck says that? Like, I don't know.
So what if you stagger?
Hold on.
Attack it. Follow my lead. Try this on. Let's see how fast.
I feel like if I sound like Lao, then that's a good thing. Oh, this is too real. A little bit too real, yeah.
Gunfire. Here goes. Try this on.
Takahashi, what kind of like stuff you got going on over there? How are you predicting the future, man? I don't get it. The only reason you're saving that core is because Lynn is there, honestly. Yes. You know what else too? Like, there are no children here, right? I mean, like, maybe like teenagers like Lynn, but I don't think I've seen a ton of like children. What's that noise? What the hell?
This is the place. According to this, Selenian sage grows in this cave.
And Celica's already in there, huh?
What the matter? Rock scared?
No, I'm not.
There's nothing to be ashamed of, Rock. I'm no fan of spooky caves either, believe me.
It's just some bad people used to make me do some very bad things. They always kept me in a dark, cramped place when they took me around.
This must be hard for you, huh? You can wait outside if it's easier.
No, I'll go.
He's got
I have to help
PTSD!
Celica.
Tell Rock that you've got things covered if he wants to stay. Say that you'll protect them. No. You stay here.
I can't. Celica must
Oh
be
my
just as scared
god!
as me.
He's such an
I can't
angel!
run off and leave her behind.
That's very brave of you, Rock. If it comes to combat, we'll keep you safe so you can focus on Celica, all right?
All right.
Oh my goodness! I want to give him a
There's
hug!
nothing. Rock just need to be brave like Tatsu, and everything fine. Now let's go find Pretty Lady.
Tatsu. I know. There's an NPC before that pretty much said Lynn is the only child. Oh, yeah, that is. I'm upset. I know. I think Lynn is the only minor giving a mem because she's such an engineering whiz kid. All the other kiddos are in the life. Are there kids? Like, that's my question, because Proxo's right. Like, it would be, like, why would they give a fuck about kids unless they're actually doing something for other people, like the survival of the human race? See, now I'm wondering.
Nice job! Thank heavens.
Thank heavens. It's already the 18th here. Happy birthday, Silasy. Happy birthday to Silas. What the hell is this noise? Hi Pickle, how are you? Rich people kids, you know, if only Lao did not have all this subscription, I wouldn't look left. What the fuck is that?
Laura ought to set this right. Now, burn, baby! Lay on the earth! Try this on!
Excuse me!
Furious flash!
Oh my god! Why is this a horror game now?
We should be doing better. Try this on! I need this. Let's keep this going with a flash. Delivery! Got this! Help me! Now close the gap! Take this! Cut it down! Cut it down!
Oh my god.
Now we can.
I can't focus now. Woke up from a fat nap and then found out my flatmate was preparing an egg hunt around the— oh, that's so cute, an egg hunt!
Burn, baby! Furious flash!
I thought it was— so I thought that was a decoration.
Burn, yes! Now, mainly attack!
I should have listened to Proxo. To not look left.
Fierce one. Burn, baby! Phoenix win! Dodge this!
So I listened to this song this morning for the first time, like not in the game, and did not realize that this is not English. Like this is I don't know what language it is. Is it German?
Delivery! This could make all the difference.
It's German? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's so good.
It's burn time.
What's the song name? It's
Ready for this?
I don't remember.
This could make all the difference.
Where is he going? Where is he going? Where is he going? Where did he go? Where did he go? Oh, he fell.
Burst fire! Don't miss! I'll cover you!
Oh my god, this is a mess.
Special delivery! Just this! Just slow me! Close the gap! I'm down! So what if you stagger me? You ready for this? Special delivery! Yes! Now, heavy attack! Take this! There! Fire! And don't miss! Just this! Special delivery!
Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh god.
Now we can. This could make all the difference.
I messed up.
Nailed it. Now triple them. Furious blast. Dodge this. Fire. Don't miss. Hold back. So what if you stagger me? Hell. I got a little right. Sorry. Please kill me.
Do I need to get the fuck out of my skull? I'm a little worried.
Ready for this? Now,
Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out!
offline? Furious blast! Fire! Don't miss!
No! Wait, where am I? What's going on? Where are my arms? What's happening?
Ha! Nailed it! Now triple them! There! Can't move! Let's see how fast.
Did you change your weapons recently? I think I might have. Oh my god. Well.
Should be doing this.
What is going on? I don't know. This is the most chaotic fight.
Lay on the heart. Somewhat if you stab.
Oh my! I'm gonna scream.
Try this on. I can't move. I'm never scared. Somebody heal me already.
Why are there more things attacking us? Oh, we're so fucked.
So if we could just turn the tide. Backslash.
Murderous, come on, murderous. We are good. This is such a mess. Oh, I'm dead. Murder.
Shoot that freaky death.
I like that. I should have known that that was gonna go that way after I got jump scared. I should have known, but now we have to go back. I have to get my skull. Question, this is my first time breaking my skull. What's gonna happen? Maybe you should replace the Phoenix back weapon. Wait, why? I like it. Oh, is it because of the AoE? Thank goodness I had insurance. 3 insurance for when you not make the perfect. Oh, okay. And then you have to buy insurance once you run out of them. The fact there's insurance in this game takes me out. This game, honestly, it's a little too real. Like, there are so many things about this game where I'm like, is this fucking real life? Like, am I even playing? Like, am I playing a video game right now? Or am I just playing, is this a simulation of real life? Oh, when it broke, so you're fine? Okay. Wait, there's a clipping command? Like in chat? Clip. Test. Unable to create clip. Is the stream live? Unable to create clip. Is the stream live? I'm pretty sure the stream is live. I don't understand. I guess it's not working for me for some reason. I don't get it. All right, let's try this again. I think this was pre-recorded. You might be right. Now you have to use money from that moment whenever it breaks or the online repair tickets. Oh, I probably do have online repair stuff just because I've been doing online things. Hi, Krez. Oops, I forgot to give Irina a skull. Oopsies. Krez, I don't know if you saw it earlier, but I got fucking jump scared. You saw it! I keep thinking you're playing Persona. The music sounds similar. Really? I do want to play Persona, but we're not playing Persona for probably a good bit because I'm playing Xenogears next. I'm getting distracted by everything that I can pick up. Do I want to fucks with that right now? Not really. I'm gonna be honest. Kitty's coming! Yay! It's kitty time! Oh no, you can fuck off, actually. Just don't use it around a group of stronger enemies. Yeah. speaking about German songs in this game, I love how I, for once, can flex on all the English speakers saying I understand what they were saying. So, Nil, what are they saying in the song? Because I'm actually really curious. I was playing a Raiji last night after buying it forever ago. Oh, I remember playing that for a little bit. That's a good one. Would you yell at me if I played this game before I finished Xenoblade 1? Or maybe I should be yelled at to finish Xenoblade 1. What actually saved me? Pipsqueak saved me. So, no one in chat confirm or deny this, okay? Seriously, no one confirm or deny this. I'm serious. Because I'm not finished with this game. But as far as I know, you can play this without playing the other games. No one say anything. Just like don't say it. Don't say anything. If I'm wrong, then I will correct myself later on. But Mira, honestly, if you wanted to play it before, I totally support you. But also, I hope that you do get a chance to finish Xenoblade 1 too, because the original trilogy is really, really good. Yes, I am biased, but also, I love how no one in chat is saying anything now. Now I'm becoming suspicious. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Aiden banned everyone. Actually, I support him. Aiden can do whatever he wants. And I'll be like, yeah, true. Everyone is getting banned on principle. How dare everyone not say anything, but you literally told us to be quiet. You know what? Yeah, I did. Thank you all for listening to me. It's just you and me now, as it should be. I'm glad that everyone's giving us privacy. Fully confirmed deny because I've actually played all of this game. I haven't. This is a joke. I need a game to brain rot on Gator sits. I was confused. I was like, on Gator sits. What are you in the mood for, Cat? Oh my God. You finished B3 and you feel empty. Oh my God. It's that post-game depression. Especially for BG3, because BG3 is like it's very life-changing, and like you can spend so much time on BG3, and like once it's done, it's like, what do I do now? So I get it. All right, I'm confusing myself here, because why am I getting lost? Have you played Dark Urge? If you want more beach, there's always more. I've got a whole bank holiday weekend. The world is my oyster. Ooh, what are your plans? Pickle, anything fun? Wait, it looks like it's underneath. How did I'm curious. I'm curious? I'm confused. I'm curious. I mean, I am curious, but... Hi, Draco. How are you? I was playing this song on repeat this morning. This and the German song. So about the song, we're fliegen. It pretty much means we fly in English. Talking about the lyrics, they are kind of wild, but my favorite line in English would mean we shatter the heavens like frosted glass because it locks you in your room. We are flying in the starry sky hand in hand because we are fighters for freedom. I love that. Are we fighters for freedom though? I mean, I think that we actually, we are changing. We are changing. Hi, Ernie. I am flying. It's so cool. But I'm lost, so I'm not supposed to be flying this much. I'm supposed to be going to my objective, but I fear I am lost. earlier. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. We're holding. You look lost? Follow me. Is my TikTok bio? Is that cringe? Wait, what? Wait, it's your TikTok bio? Is that cringe? No. I don't think it's cringe. Erdy, I actually think you're so cool. What the fuck is going on? It's a great song. It used to be on the Wii U that Flight overwrote jumping, so anytime you had to jump in a skull, this song would start. That's so funny. You should be able to teleport there. I tried and it's not working unless, is this the right one? Go for long-standing franchise to ever. Yes, yeah. Kat, I can't remember. Did you play Kingdom Hearts? I feel like you have, but I can't remember.
This might be a
And
challenge.
Kat, you played Xenoblade too, I think, right? I'm a sucker for mecha and anything sci-fi, so this game is extremely tempting for me. Yes, I think that you should. Xenoblade in general does, like, just the entire series does have a lot of mecha. Yeah, it's like down there. But I feel like there is definitely more of an emphasis on it in Xenoblade X, just because you can actually pilot one throughout the game. But yeah, mecha in general is it's a big thing in the Xenoblade series. Whoa. Hi, Tay. Looking for apartments is so stressful. Everything is so expensive. Honestly, yeah. I was just talking to Effigy about that. About, like, I don't know how some people can afford, like, apartments right now because, like, landlords and stuff are just charging so fucking much. Horrible. You may be able to help with this if you. So yes, because I'm definitely flying around like a loser right now. I don't know where I am. So yeah, if anybody wants to tell me where to go, I would really appreciate that. All of Kingdom Hearts and all the Xenoblade games except for this one. You might like this one, Kat, if you're interested. Would mean the skyscrapers conquer the sky glittering with stars. We are running through the gorge of buildings underneath so that we don't lose true light. Our wounded hearts disappear into the darkness because for me it kind of sounds like we are actually trying to break free from New LA and want to see the... I love that. Oh my god. Summoning Mom, this is great. I got whiplash. I forgot. Yes, Mira, this is your planet. You're gonna see, if you play this game, you're gonna see your name so many times. I found a 1-bed, 1-bath in the Tampa area that's really shitty living. $2K a month? That's a mortgage. Are you kidding? Fly over the eastern wall of Silvalum. Wait. Like over here, Draco? East of the mountain, if you look down, you'll see a ledge starting out over the ocean. Oh wait, over here? You want to get AC Shadows, but it's pricey. Yeah. I started AC Shadows and I haven't finished it yet just because I've been like, I've been playing fucking Animal Crossing, man. But so far it's really good. Tampa area prices are got. Oh, Draco, are you in Florida? Takahashi Sawano loving to use German language in their games, which I really appreciate, but is also kind of a general thing. Oh, yeah. You're in Florida? Yes! I'm in Orlando. Everything rent-wise, even outside of Tampa, is at minimum 1.6. That is, yeah, that is really, really bad. Like, jeez. Okay, I think fly up from the southern... Oh, okay. I live in West Palm, Florida. Oh man, look at all of us Floridians commiserating with each other. Is commiserating the right word? About living in Florida. Go Gators! I am a big Gator fan. I mean, not like sports Gators, actual real life Gators. I love Gators. Yeah, there was some article about the prices in Florida, about how it's kind of turning into California, where it's actually like more expensive. Nowadays than living in California. It is wild. It is very, very pricey here. Uncle Iroh doesn't curse. Stop. I'm sure a lot of you UF grads call themselves Gators. They do. Yet our idiot governor won't do shit about how expensive it is. Please. I think he's on his last term, right? We'll fucking see what happens, though. Hate that man. Hate that man. Since I've had to deal with stalking and oh no worries, Draco, no pressure. Yeah, like I wasn't born here, but I pretty much consider myself a Floridian because I've lived here since since high school. I did move though after high school, and then I moved back later on. I keep getting out of my skull to get the FN sites when I forgot that you don't have to get out of your skull. Did you see they won March Madness? What's March Madness? Honestly, I love the Midwest. Everyone is so friendly in the Midwest. Like at that point, I just needed to move to Orlando and pay the Orlando prices because at least I'll be close to everything. Tay, I think you should move to Orlando. Then we can hang out. They had me shocked with their $17 drinks. Florida is a major college state. It is, but of course the state admin wants to get rid of the education system anyway. So exactly, if Death Santis could blow up Orlando and Tallahassee and where else? Just the college areas, if he could blow them up, he absolutely would. Can I move to Norway or something? Group moves to Norway, guys. See, I would not thrive in Norway. And like the reason is because I actually do prefer warm weather. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I like being hot. Like, I like humidity. I like the warmer weather here. If I have to go through winter, like, I'm literally such a baby. I'm exploding because she's so cute. Gonna be annoying about it. That you're never annoying, Aiden. Please share all of the kitty pics with us. Turn around and walk into the cave. Yay! Thank you so much. We hang out. I'm the same height as Mel. Stop. Are you really? How are you taller than me? Oh my fucking god. March Madness is an NCAA tournament that happens in March. What's NCAA? Oh, it's a basketball tournament. Okay. Warm weather is all I know, so cold causes me to curl up into a little ball. Yeah, I like to think that I simply wasn't built for cold weather because I was born in the Philippines. So I just feel like it's in my genetics, but like I'm like used to it. I was born in it. It made me. It formed who I was. I did live in Chicago though for a lot of my childhood, so I am like I know what it's like to live in a really, really cold place. But yeah, I feel like if I lived in a cold place now, my arthritis would hate me.
Don't bother apologizing.
You need your 4 seasons, and that's valid. I know people really like seasons.
Don't miss. Got it down. I'll cover you.
Miserable humidity. See, Texas to me though is like different because I lived in Texas too, and Texas feels like you're baking in a fucking oven. Like I do not like dry heat whatsoever. Dry heat is rough. Like I feel like I'm shriveling up, like I'm drying out. Like I just, it's not for me. I was like, what is going on? It's the same with like when I went to Vegas for FanFest, like it was the exact same where like we'd step out and it was like stepping into an oven. So hot, but like the worst, most uncomfortable hot.
You okay, Rock?
Yeah, I'm fine.
More bad memories?
A little. But it must be a lot harder for poor Celica.
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
What does Rock mean?
Those bad people I told you about?
Please,
The ones
please,
that used
no.
me?
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
It was the ganglion. I did something terrible to Celica's village.
Oh.
But she saved me anyway. And
Did
she's
they-
done so countless times since.
So that's what happened.
Did they make him destroy
I
her?
have to help her. She came all the way out here for me.
Then let's catch up with her before anything bad can happen.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, he really is such a good boy. That monster is speaking. That shit threw me off. What the fuck, innocent ass boy? He's just a baby. He's a baby. He's not a monster. How dare you? Texas heat is different. There should be no reason they could get like that. It's, yeah. I do not like Texas heat. No offense to Texans, but why is your heat like that? What's going on? Oh, okay. I'm hearing that, but how about when humans will make you do it? I just, like, Whoa, what? I need to learn German so I can sing this song.
I figured you'd win. I could have taken them on alone.
Ooh, wait, what? That was a lot of stuff. Hello? No! You're gonna make me get out of my skull! How dare you! My emotional support skill. Actually, I need to, now I gotta do stuff. Did you set your arts? I'm literally doing that now because I just remembered if they're gonna make me get out, then fine. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I don't really have a ton of stuff yet since I just started leveling this, what do you call it? This class. Ooh, wait a minute, look at my points. I forgot. Like we did a whole bunch of co-op yesterday, so I forgot to distribute them. Which, by the way, yesterday was so fun. Whoever joined yesterday for co-op, thank you for joining and helping with all of the things. It was very fun. Oh wait, is this... Okay, there we go. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to get out of there. Oh my god, I forgot! Crap! This keeps happening. I keep like putting everything into my arts and then forgetting that I need the same currency for skills. Why am I like this? It's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. Alright, murderous. Okay, let's do skills. So you might not have any. Yeah, it's all good. All right, max. All of these are max. Uses enemy control resistance. Gives damage to sleeping. Grants all abilities up to 1 to enemies under your control. Okay, we'll leave as is. All right, let's do it. I still find it extremely rude that they're making me get out of my spell.
Change things up. Use the flash. Furious blast. Right here. Flame flow. Wild snap. There, I appreciate it. Sword slash! This can make all the difference. Absorber skin!
This can make all the difference.
Backslash!
Oh, wait. Okay, I see. I see, I'm taunting. Yes.
Side slash! Seventh head! Prepare! Furious blast! Absorber skin! Backslash! Too easy. Here comes the freezing on the next one. Assault hammer! Energy source! I like you. Now, break them. Iron prison! Backslash! Thank heavens.
Okay, that's not... I was a little worried, but that's not too bad. I wonder if I can, bypass a lot of these, though.
Come on. You and me. Now.
Oh my god, there's a noise again. They're so scary. I hate those things. I don't like those at all.
Yes. We can play close. I appreciate it. I like you. I feel good about this. This can make all the difference. Wild smash! Backslash! Missile volley!
Missile volley.
Sword crush!
I don't want to go in there. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to go in there because those things like scare the shit out of me. Like, they're, you know what they kind of remind me of a little bit? Like, they give me the same vibes as Redeads, and I hate Redeads. Irina?
Backslash! Volley! Flame cloak! Absorber skin! Now we can. Backslash! Somewhat staggered me.
Yeah, from Zelda.
Flame cloak! Good on ya. Missile volley! Wild smash! Flame cloak! Thanks. Nailed it.
Thanks.
Now we can. This can make all the difference. Prepare. Iron prison. Absorber skill volley. I like you. Thanks. Summon edge volley. Somewhat it staggered me. Backslash.
Well, Irina didn't make it through this, but it's fine. Actually, I need to defend this too. Let me do that really quick. This noise. Oh my god, they're so scary. I don't think it's worth it. I'm not gonna go in there. Yeah, I know y'all said the AI for Irina was really bad. I will switch from her once I finish her affinity. Okay, I don't like this cave. Everything sounds scary in here.
You and me. Ready? Let's move in. Nail this. Now cripple him. Flame cloak. I appreciate it. Iron prison.
It's all about building and spending PP. Oh, really?
Missile volley.
Yeah, I was trying to just level all of the classes just to see how they, like, the differences in how they played. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how I feel about this one.
This can make all the difference. Backslash. Flame cloak. I appreciate it. Trash talk. Wild smash. Sword slash. Iron prison. I feel amazing. This is using aura. Not great. Let me out. Let's do this. Flame flow. Wild smash. Sword fly. Trap claw. Wild dash. Is this... Missile claw. Use melee attack. I can't...
I'm gonna die.
Hey.
Well, it was cool while it lasted. I activated overdrive for like the first time in a while. But yeah.
It's too hard to outmaneuver them. Buff us, please.
Hope isn't gonna make it. I'm just gonna respawn. You did good on your overdrive? Yeah. I think like once I practice more with it, like I'll be fine, but oh no. Are you serious? I should have. I was trying to. I was trying to run to the objective. Did it?
We've got company.
I was gonna see if it saved everything. I would hope that it did.
Attack at range. I'll cover you. Okay, I'll try. Trap. Right. Going all out. Let's see how far I can hit. Trap talk. Summon edge. Trap talk. I'm great. Ready? Rocket. Overdrive. Stellar missile volley. Trap. Absorber stick. Side smash. Furious blast. Trap talk. Back slash. Trap talk. Attack. Prison. Summon edge. Missile volley. Absorber stick. Too easy. Here comes the fear on the next one. Let's keep this going.
So, like, I was trying to follow the thing on the side, so I should just be starting off with green?
Furious blast. Trap talk. I figured you'd win. Move along. Nothing to see here.
Green, other color. Oh, okay. So that, like, that's just, like, the better way to do it. Green counts as double, okay. There's a tutorial in the game how to utilize the overdrive mechanics to explain how to properly use it, but you know the old saying goes, take time to get used to it. Yeah, I think the big thing for me is that, like, I can read a tutorial and it won't, like, I won't process it. Like, the best thing for me is just to do the thing, like, practice it through doing. It gives you more overdrive time. Okay, gotcha. Hi, Anna, how are you? Yeah, I can always switch my class back. It extends the overdrive timer a bit more. Hey, the Jane, welcome in. Did you max out Duelist? I did. If you did, you can equip Duelist weapons and arts while still leveling up other classes, if that helps. Oh, hold on. That mob needs to stop making that noise. Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. It freaks me out. Like that, it's so scary. It's very scary. Actually, I forget. Hold on. Here. Before a power nap, I hope you had a good nap. Does it tell you? Let me see. Weapons equals abilities. Oh, that's a good... Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me. I kind of wish that there was a way that you could, what's it called? Like a loadout? Is that the right term? Question. Y'all said that the blue arts don't stack, but the green ones do? I'm a duelist. Now you can't level the other classes. It still says that I'm a shield trooper. Blue and green stack. What are my goals? To kill stuff. I don't know. Extend the timer a bit more. Okay. We're gonna do this. Wait, this is kind of cool. I don't have anything to... I can't get it up. Really spin green on your bar to help with overdrive? Okay. Yeah, that's why I put the TP, what is it? I put this one, but so when it says boost allies TP, does that include me or is it just your allies? It includes me? Okay. See, I was reading that very literally. Okay, we'll go with this. We are raw dogging this. Hi, Statman. All right. Look at her! She's doing her best! Run! Oh my god! He protects!
Rock! Why are you...
I'm sorry, Celica. I may not be able to fight, but I can at least be your shield.
Okay, the noise that thing is...
Oh, Rock!
Nice going, Rock. We can take care of things from here.
We'll see you again when it's safe. You take Celica and get outside!
Okay.
Oh my goodness, I love them so much. I'm
Thank you, everyone. Truly.
I love them.
Now, time to send you back where you came from.
Facing this situation is literally dolphin. Oh my god, it does kind of remind me of like a dolphin mixed with like a narwhal.
Now weaken it. First grenade. Prepare. Flash spin. I'm ready to move all this tougher than they look. Help!
Help!
I can feel your determination. Reinforcements? Men.
Wait, what? What do you mean reinforcements? What is going on?
God damn it. Somebody heal me already. Your Furious Flash. Prepare. Now melee attack. Now critical. Driving blade. I feel good about this one. Stellar driving blade. Someone stabbing me. Didn't know I was so incendiary edge.
Irina again, girlfriend! Oh boy.
Sorry. Please, me first. Heal me. Help me. Now plug the gap. All this power. Let's see how hard I can hit. I can't. I have to stand this ground. I'm sorry, all.
Murderous? She can get somebody up, like, soon-ish.
Damn it. Somebody heal me already.
Did she get somebody up? Did she fucking use her TP? Girl, would you...
Now, we can lay on the hurt. Run, lunge. Nailed it. Now weaken it.
Oh, do I just need to beat him and like it's done? Okay, here I was trying to kill all the ads. I was gonna say, there's a lot of ads.
Come on, you and me.
What is attacking me?
Change things up. Use a buff. I can feel your
Yeah, like so
determination.
far it hasn't seemed like the... What?
Absorber
Wait, what is going on?
thank
You know what? I'm going. Yeah, like so far it hasn't seemed like I've had, I don't know, a terrible time with the AI. I mean, Irina seems like she's going through it all the time, but yeah. Murderous not getting somebody up with her TP was something.
Going to the ground.
That was something.
Incoming enemy. Attack at range. Follow my blade. Furious blast. Rising blade. Tornado blast. Absorber skin. Now mental fierce blade. Rising blade. Lay on the hurt. Furious blast.
Yeah, honestly, as soon as I get Irina's affinity up, then I'll be switching her out. Like, I love her. I think she's a great character, but I feel like she's always going through it. the cave messed you up too. Okay. Yeah. I guess what I can try and do is like not. I guess like try and position it to where. Maddie! Thank you so much for your Prime sub for 2 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Enjoy your emotes. Yeah, I guess I can try and like position it a little bit better so I'm not getting the other things in the cave.
I figured you'd win. Problem solved.
We'll see how it goes. Okay, the last time that I ran through this, I feel like they weren't all right here. So this is gonna be really interesting. Let me see if I can... We're gonna hear the clanking again. There it is. Character, I barely bother with party members unless to influence drops. That's what I heard too. That's what I heard. So I kind of know that like whatever's going on is definitely a personal problem for me. But yeah, I've seen people say that you can be really overpowered in this game.
Must you be so belligerent?
You know what I could do? Actually, this is a better idea. I could clear stuff.
My blood's really pumping now. There. Furious Edge! Furious Flash! Yes, Stormer Skin! I like you. Rising Blade! Didn't know I was so popular. Rising Blade! Now Furious Flash! Repair! Back Blade! Stellar Ray! Rising Blade! So mean! Stormer Skin! Furious Flash! Furious Flash!
No, I missed it.
Everyone's safe. I'm on the right blade. Backsplash! Right blade!
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and clear stuff.
Furious Blast!
Just in case.
Take Lotus! Starlight Kick! Tornado Blast! Rising Blade! Furious Blast! Incendiary Edge!
I hate that noise so much. Save Pickle.
Close the gap! Let's see how hard I can hit! I figured you'd win. Is anyone hurt? Attack at range! Follow my lead! I'll cover you! Seventh Edge! I picked them off! Go, Captain! Gravity!
Yeah, I know some people in the Discord have talked about that too. That like, it can get really wild if you know what you're doing when it comes to being like invincible and stuff.
Incendiary Edge! Furious Blast! Absorber Splash! I like you! Rising Blade! Furious Blast! Yes! Furious Blast! Gravity Launch!
The amount of damage you can deal is filthy. I love it. I think that's my favorite thing about the Xenoblade series is that like you're just the damage you can do with like chain attacks is wild.
Furious Blast! Global Smash! Destroyed! One more volley is down! Shadow Runner! Flash Jam! All this power! Yes! Now, melee attack! Nicely done!
Okay. What else we got around here that we need to kill? I'm gonna get the... Whoa. Oh, they're like... Okay, there's a lot of stuff in here. I hate that.
Furious Blast! Absorber Stick! I like you! Curse Grenade! Now you break Energizor! Thank you! Tornado Blade! Backslash! Starlight Kick! Rising Blade! Yes! Now melee attack! Repair! Furious Blast! Here comes the fierce one! So mean!
wait. Whoa, what is that doing? Actually,
Don't underestimate that.
we'll just kill it now. Because it's like running around and freaking me out. Swimming around?
Now we can Furious blast! Close the gap! Let's see how hard I can! First grenade! Furious blast! Yeah! Tornado blade! Absorber skin! Full specs! Furious blast! Almost home! Close the gap! Energy source! Yes! Now take the attack! Yes! There's range next! Repair!
What am I attacking? Okay.
Absorber skin!
The horn. Do y'all think I'm gonna aggro the ones that are flying? Probably not, right? Because I don't think I had those on me last time. I think it was just the stuff around here. What the hell? Can you stop moving?
Energy source! I like you. Repair! Summon the edge! Lightning blade! Follow me! Side splash!
Yeah, it's really going through it. It's just going everywhere.
Absorber Furious blast! I like you. Flash dance! Lightning blade! Come on! Tornado blade! So what if you staggered me? Be careful!
Oh my god, no way. Come back here. Oh my god, why did you do that? Why did you do that? Oh, you're so annoying. Fuck. You know, everything was going really well. And then it had to do that. Now I'm scared. Yeah, the only problem is that it aggroed a bunch of shit. Kill it!
Heal me already.
Did we kill it? Is it dead? Oh, thank God.
Repair.
Oh, I thought it aggroed more than that. It only did one. Okay. I am mommy milkers. I love it. Thank you for gifting the sub to mommy milkers.
Somebody patch me up!
Follow me. No use. There's a box. Turns around. Absorber skin.
Oh, please don't die again. I'm begging you.
Here comes the fierce one. Furious blast. Repair. Gravity plunge. Repair. Nailed it. Now we can back slash. Lightning blade. Curse grenade.
Where? Oh, okay. Can you come down?
Repair.
I feel like this cave is so chaotic.
Stellar ice blast. Furious blast. Absorber skin.
I am a MILF 69.
Better. Sorry. Heal me. Let's keep this going.
Thank you for gifting. This is getting really interesting. This is getting really interesting with these gift subs. Is it... Why did you say it like that? I am a milk 69? You know, like, I'm happy to say that about myself at any point in time, so... Someone doesn't have to gift a sub for me to say that. How many? What is going on with these gift subs? If they want to spend their money, honestly, yeah. Congratulations to all of these people for getting their gift subs. Meanwhile, I'm fighting for my life, trying to just finish this, and why are there so many in here? Wouldn't that be something if they just all respawn?
Thanks.
Shadow, has that been you the entire time? Because you just, That's interesting! Okay, I'm gonna kill probably one more, and then I think I'll be okay, right? Because there's so many, and they're all hiding. Wait.
Must you be so belligerent?
Now I'm confused. Hi, Kelly, how are you?
Thank you. Thanks. I'll make it up to you.
I am doing well. Fighting for my life.
Figured we'd win. Move along.
Okay. I'm getting... They're respawning. They've got to be. Or am I making it up? No, maybe I'm not. Maybe they're not respawning. Am I not in the right place? Have I been killing these for no reason? Oh my god. Oh my god. Was I in the wrong place the entire time? No, wait. I am so fucking confused because it's taking me back down. did? I didn't even realize that I didn't realize that I killed it. I thought I was killing all the ads. Okay. I thought I was killing all of the ads. I mean, I guess I could teleport out, but it's like right there. I feel like I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna, so let me get out of here and then we'll take a break. It's been almost in 2 hours. Or, no, it's been over 2 hours. All right, I'm in my emotional support skill. Whoa, 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 what is happening?
More. Didn't know I was so popular. More enemies.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick 5, y'all, because I have to pee really bad. And then we'll talk to Celica. I know they're waiting for us right there, but we're gonna take a quick break. So everyone, feel free to also take a break, use the restroom, stretch, whatever you need to do, take some time for yourself. It is break time. And we're back in like 5. You're back. Why did it start making that noise? Welcome back, everyone. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? I swear this game is out to get me. Oh my god. Welcome back, everyone. I was heating up my lunch. Because the mod making noises when I left it wasn't doing that. I'm confused. Hurry up, Celica, come on, talk to me. Make it stop. Aspirin juice, welcome in.
Is everyone all right?
Flex your muscles and smile. Ask Celica the same question. I love
I'm
Celica
quite fine,
too.
thank you. A few scrapes are nothing if it means being able to help Rock. But why are you all here?
Same reason as you. A few scrapes weren't going to stop us from lending you a hand. Same goes for Rock, right? So, did you find the Selenian sage?
I did.
Then congratulations. That means you passed.
But only because you helped me.
Ah, that doesn't matter. Blades all work in teams anyway. Heck, we spend most of our time bailing other blades out left and right.
You're a true blade now, Celica.
And any who disagree will face angry and scary wrath of Elma.
Elma's still on thin ice with me.
We should be getting back home.
I don't understand
Sounds
her.
good.
Home.
Oh my god, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Oh, I wanted to say, by the way, heads up, y'all. So I know that everyone is trying to help me understand some of the mechanics of the game, which I typically do not mind mechanical backseating. That's not usually like a huge issue for me, but please take it down just like a little bit. If like I'm making it through the game just fine. If I do ask for help, like y'all will know. And I have definitely asked questions, which is totally fine to answer them. But if it's unprompted, just know that like I'm not asking. So, but there are times where I will ask. But as of right now, like I feel like I'm doing okay. So just a heads up. Okay, talking to the Antam. No worries. I know everyone is not doing it in like a
I can't
mean
believe
way.
you actually went out there on your lonesome.
Thankfully, I had Rock's assistance. Not to mention Elma and the others.
Look, I heard Elma's report. She told me about how you found that Selenian sage all by yourself.
So, this means Celica passed blade test?
Sure does, with flying colors.
Yes!
Congratulations, Celica.
Thank you. But what does this mean for Rock? Can he stay too?
Leave him alone.
Well, since he's a Blade's family member, I don't see why not. Those ganglion scumbags are gonna be after us either way, right?
I fear the matter isn't so simple.
Oh my god.
It's premature to say there is no chance of peace with the ganglion. We can't assume needless risk.
What?
But if you were to prove yourself an asset
Oh
to
my God.
Lorie, it would be different.
Oh, come on. How many times do we have to go over this?
I'm-
Rock isn't fighting.
Tell him. Fucking tell him. Can see that there's no other option, but say Rock will only fight over your dead body. You motherfucker.
Is this the point where you offer to fight in his place?
No, I won't have anyone getting hurt from me again. It scares me, but I'll fight.
No!
A noble offer. But productivity demands we all work in fields suited to our aptitudes.
I'm like literally.
Huh? Then what?
Right now, we have a severe shortage of heavy construction machinery here in NLA. I could offer a gentleman of your strength very favorable employment terms.
Huh?
But you still have the right to choose. You're free to contribute to building our city, or you can find a home elsewhere.
Are you saying I can help without fighting?
I am.
Then I'll do it.
That's wonderful, Rock.
Bah, I knew you were up to something with all that sneaking and skulking around.
I do not skulk, Jack. I was simply making the necessary preparations, as one must.
Yeah.
Careful, you'll make him blush.
Listen, I still really do not like him. I still don't like the idea of we'll offer you like a sanctuary if you contribute to society. I kind of hate that because yeah, like not everybody has to, and like y'all are doing fine anyway. So I still don't like him. The whole you can stay or leave. Look at the handshake, Aiden. Tell Chauson you pegged him wrong. Give Chauson a knowing nod. I don't even know. I don't want to say any of these. Why is being pegged wrong an option? Approved. Whatever.
Cheers to you, sir.
Tatsu was wrong about Suit Man.
No,
Suit Man is
I
good
still don't like
friend.
him.
What are you going on about?
Now he is blushing.
If you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
Whatever.
Maybe under all that bluster, he's just a big softy looking for a hug.
Elma. You can hug these nuts. I don't like him. Yay! I think I'm gonna take Irina out. I know I'm almost finished with her affinity, but Celica is one of my all-time favorites now. Now you can put in Bose. Stop it. Chauson should have led off with you can work in construction offer. Like, I feel like it wasn't empathetic at all. Like, I don't know. I didn't like any of that. Like, instead of asking, like talking to him and trying to discuss it or something, like it's just like you have to do this or else you could find a home elsewhere. Like, fuck you. I don't know. I didn't like it. I hate Bose so much. Same, handshake. I don't think any of us here like Bose. So you are in a good place. Essentially translated fight for your life in the wild. Exactly. It's kind of bullshit in my opinion. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that man. because y'all, so you should find like, yeah, I do want to do, is it pronounced Lysel? Do I not have it unlocked yet? Because I don't see it on my map unless I missed it. Oh, you know what? It might be in the Blade Barracks. Yeah. I forgot to look in here. It's in the Blade Barracks. Probably. New skull on the block? This one. Okay. Like Diesel? Oh. So Liesel? Liesel. Okay, cool. Liesel? Oh, there's two different conflicting ones. Ah! Oh, wait, that's the right one. Okay.
Aha! There you are. Heads up. We just received an urgent request from Granada GG. It's direct from their chief engineer. They're asking us to sniff out a prototype skell for them that went radio silent during a test drive. Thing is, they sounded pretty desperate.
Is his
Said they
voice
need
different?
professionals, a team who'll get the job done right.
Who the fuck is this man?
Yep, 3 guesses whose name popped into my skull. You're taking the job, right? Good. I'll send you the coordinates of the last.
Are you
known
okay,
location
Van
we got
Ham?
from
Like,
this
do you have a
traffic
sore
beat.
throat?
Take a good look at them. You know, there was a rumor going around. Some news leaks about a new type of skell Granada had in the works.
Okay.
Could be our missing mechs, one and the same. That'd
New
sure
VA.
be something. If it turns out to be a real smash hit, it'd be nice if we could add it to our arsenal. Well, get going, soldier.
That was so funny because I'm like, I've never met this man in my life. He downloaded a new Mim voice pack DLC. Oh my god. All right. You hate his new voice? It's definitely different. I don't really know how I feel about it besides like it's different. It just scared me a little bit because I literally like we just heard Van Ham. So, and he definitely did not sound like that. They couldn't get someone with at least similar deepness in the voice. It's complicated, but takes time to get used to the new VA for Van Ham. Yeah, honestly, like I know what happens. Honestly, I don't think I have a problem with it. I think it just surprised me. Did something happen to his old VA? Like, could they not get him again? You never got used to it? There. Oh, you spent 10 years. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. Ooh! Wait a minute. Oh, who was the creature inside? Let me get my skull. Okay, we're already in it. Oh shit. Hang on.
yourself ready. Try this on. Ready for this?
Wait, y'all said that this was a new character for the definitive edition? Oh my god, this is cool.
A timely assist. That was you?
Oh. Ask if she's all right.
Yeah, not a single scratch on me. If I'd gotten myself hurt, I would never hear the end of it. In any case, I owe you. My comms broke down out here. I couldn't even call a ride home. I'm lucky you showed up. Oh, and name's Liesel. I'm a test pilot for Granada Galactic.
Oh.
I'm grateful you bailed me out and all, but the Skell's the one that's in a bad way. It needs returning, and it won't make it back unless I get it fixed up. It's highly classified, as you can imagine. If I left it just sitting out here, they'd have my head. Hey, can I ask you a small favor? It won't take too much of your time, I'm sure. Here's the deal. I need parts from around here to patch this thing up and get it home. I'll send you what parts it needs. I'd really appreciate the help. I'll stay here and get things repair ready. Thanks in advance. Best of luck.
You know what? I forgot to give Celica a skull. I've also forgot to check out her gear. I kind of want to leave her as is, though. Like, her outfit is so freaking cool. Wait, hold on. She looks kind of cute here with her double ears. Does anyone know the name of Celica's gear? Oh, it's literally called Celica's body gear. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Oh my god! This song will never not be iconic to me. Actually, wasn't I really close to it and I just teleported? It's whatever. I don't care. Hi, Kainahara. How are you? Wait, what drops? What the hell is that? Excuse me. Don't come near me. She's tucked in by my window, just staring at the night sky and red explodey. Oh my gosh. She is having the time of her life. She's like, I'm back. You know, Aiden, I still support you stealing her. I'm confused. I'm supposed to be... So, is it stuff that, spawns here, or do I have to kill something? I'm doing good. It's the red interactable? Oh my god, I keep accidentally getting out of my skull today for some reason. Oh, it's this thing. Okay. Oh, interesting that it's red. Yeah, because usually when something's red like that, it's, you can't open it. So that's kind of what I figured it was. Pianos are usually red, are they? Do you prefer the original fight theme or the new one? I honestly really like both, but I think I like the original a little bit better. You're a big fan of the new one? The new one is really good. I like the new one a lot. I actually didn't know that you could listen to the old one in the overworld until someone told me, and then I changed it and I was like, wait a minute. Okay, you're going back. Who's my favorite character? Ooh. Honestly, I'm not even sure anymore. Because at first I really was like, ooh, I love Elma. And then I did chapter 11 and I was like, I don't think I like Elma as much as I used to. Now I really like Lau, but I also really love Neil. I think Celica's an angel, so is Rock. I love Elle. So I kind of just have like a handful of characters that I really, really love so far. And then I also didn't think that Lau was going to end up being one of my favorite characters until chapter 11, so. Oh my god, Lynn. That's right, Lynn too. I love Lynn.
You got the materials already? You blades are efficient workers.
Her voice actor sounds familiar. Does anyone know who this is?
Yeah, these will be more than enough. Thanks a lot. That last battle really took a toll on you, didn't it? Looks like the circuits couldn't bear the
Erica
heat.
Lindbeck!
Now, if I just add this to the cooling system, it should hold out long enough. All right. Yep. Even
Hell
I
yeah.
should be able to take it from here.
I love her.
Could you give me a sec? This won't take long. Right. Should be good to go. It's weird, though. I really shouldn't have been so unstable.
Jesse asked
How
about
did they miss
pizza.
such a glaring defect? We're days from rollout.
Sing the skull's praises. Ask what's wrong with it.
Wish I knew. It's a bit hard to ascertain that out here. I'll need an expert's opinion.
Lynn?
Though it's clear the controls are acting up. They're being a little temperamental. Kinda hard to get to grips with. The overheating implies it's the steering causing an unexpected load on the system? I'll have to mention that to Alicia later. I'm heading back to NLA. Would you mind joining me? The one who made the call, it's likely a friend of mine. I'll introduce you.
I mean, you're in the back, too. I know, they're really good. Actually, I keep doing that when I could just go to the mission. There we go. Why don't I like Elma as much now? So I think the main reason is after chapter 11 when we found out that Elma is she's very okay with the status quo, which that really irritates me because I talked about it yesterday, but I feel like I was almost betrayed. Because when we first meet Elma, she seems like she's different from a lot of the people in New LA. Like, she cares about the indigenous species on Mira. She cares about just like the other life forms. It just seems like she cares. And, you know, she's the savior of the human race, and just everyone is praising her and saying how noble she is and how wonderful she is. And so I ended up really, really loving her because I was like, oh, she's different. Like, there's so many people in New LA who are just really bad people. And Elma is always like saying, oh, you know, I'm not like them. I mean, she doesn't say that I'm not like them, but like, you can tell that she's different. And then when you have the conversation with Lau about her, like, about how he feels in general about the people of New LA and how everyone got here, and then Elma's just like, yeah, that did happen, but we had to do it. And it's just like, I don't know, Elma views everything in a very like black and white way, when the situation, in my opinion, is very complicated. And where she does kind of try to come at it with empathy, it still feels to me like, someone said it in chat yesterday, but she feels like a centrist, where she's just gotten used to the way that things are and she just goes with it. And I think that really irritates me because, you know, it's like, I believed in you. And you're not seeing that this is not a black and white situation. Like, yes, we do need to do what we have to maintain the human race and to still exist. But at the same time, like, you're not seeing how it's extremely corrupt that the people who are here, because the only people who survived, or who are here rather, that got brought on to the white whale because they bought their way here, they were like literally billionaires or like extremely rich people who are corrupt, and people who came aboard to be whatchamacallit, they're just being used for their skills. And I guess it's kind of frustrating. Like, I empathize more with Lau and I see his perspective more. Obviously he did it in an extreme way, but like, he was spitting bars. So yeah. Exploited, yeah. I couldn't think of the word today. But your take is really interesting. Yeah, and like, I think that it's very complicated, obviously. Like, but like, the entire situation just reminds me of what's going on in the world today. And what's going on in the world today very, very much makes me angry every single day. And I think that it just feels extremely realistic. Like, it's something that literally could happen today. Like, if Earth was, you know, being invaded, or if we're having like an apocalyptic moment, who's going to survive? Like, who is going to be the ones who are going to survive? It's not going to be the average person. It's going to be the billionaires who are buying their way onto the white whale, or it's going to be the corrupt people who are finding people to exploit them for their skills, like the most skilled people, like mechanics, like Lynn, or doctors or whatever. Like, they're going to just put them aboard for their skills. And it's just like, realistically, yes, that is probably the way to maintain humanity. But honestly, when we're thinking about how corrupt that is, that the average person isn't going to be able to survive because they're only prioritizing like rich people. That is too real to me. Like, that is too real, and it very much frustrates me that Elma is just kind of going with the status quo. It's just like, we do not need to go with the status quo. So, excuse me. Someone on Twitter the other day pointed out that there's still anti-homeless benches in New LA, even though all the people who would have been homeless are already gone. Like, it just, It makes me so angry, especially if you've done like a bunch of the world quests and you've done some affinity quests where you see how terrible some of these people are who are here. And like, it was baffling to me because I was like, why is everyone in New LA like a fucking asshole? Like, why is everyone awful? Why is everyone racist? And it makes sense. So, I don't know. I'm very passionate about this. Blade also being a very loyal organization to the point of being willing to make huge sacrifices, and then you think who they're being loyal to, and you're like, I don't know if I like this right. An entire ship full of ass caves. I just know that rich people fear the homeless. Stop. We still have to do that quest too. 1 second, y'all. I need to close the door. Okay. Another character in the series did that in a more interesting way. Which character? Oh! I haven't played Xenogears. I will be playing it next. That's literally my next playthrough. I'm excited. I think Elma is feeling bad, to be honest, because I could see that she doesn't like it, but she's ready to make that decision. I can understand your point, though. I feel it, too. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that, like... But, so I think about it... Y'all, I have, like, a big bowl of grapes. So I think about it in the perspective of what's happening in the world today, right? There are a lot of people who, especially in our government, who are going with the status quo. Like, oh, well, I can't say anything about that because we have to go with the status quo. This is just what they do. And it's just like, no, we don't need to do that. Like, this is not normal. And going with the status quo is literally just enabling this behavior, this corruption. So, like, that's why Elma kind of irritates me right now. Because, and I hope that maybe some things are different. Like, I see that she is trying to be empathetic, but at the same time, I feel like she has just gotten to the point where it's just like, well, I can't change it, so I'm just gonna go with it. And that doesn't help. So that's my only issue. And like, I don't think Elma's a bad character. I actually think Elma's a very, very interesting character. She's very different from like Rex and Shulk and Noah. So I think the contrast of that is really interesting to me. But yeah, I feel like Takahashi predicted the future with this game, because tell me why like it feels like I'm playing like a real life simulation. Our world is ruled by powerful people and politicians. Yeah, what's happening in especially in the US right now is straight up corruption. And anyone who is letting it happen pisses me off. So it's hard for me to view fiction without also thinking about the real world, because fiction mirrors the real world sometimes. So the fact that Lau is Chinese living in America too, like, yeah, it makes sense why he was so upset with humanity. Emma's very decisive and kind of already made up her mind a long time ago, but I think there's totally room for her to grow too. Yeah. Hi, Avatar! I can't really add to the Elma conversation until after you finish the game. Yeah, this is how I feel now, and I could absolutely change my mind. So, like, I know that I'm speaking right now very, like, definitively, but like, who knows, right? Like, I could definitely change. Obviously, I'm not done with the game, so we'll see. I am capable of changing my mind. So maybe something happens that's really incredible.
Weasel!
We'll see.
When your comms cut out, I thought we'd lost you. What in the hell happened?
Indigents decided to give me grief.
Give you what?
You were attacked?
We got some good data. Just check the battle log, you'll see. I know I'm somewhat behind schedule. But at least I'm back on track, thanks to these blades.
Liesel, what am I gonna do with you? I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
You're the Blades who took up the assignment,
Celica
right?
in the background just looking so cutie.
I'm grateful. Thank you so, so much. I'm Alicia, an engineer at Granada.
The Skell, Bressvelg, it's almost entirely her creation.
Presvelg?
Liesel and I go way back. You might even say we're pals.
The two of us have known each other since back on Earth, and that...
Pals? What in the lesbian is going on here?
All I am to you, is it? A pal?
I'm just kidding. Besties. Is that better?
I love gay people.
Pressfelg's had the green light for mass production. All that's left was a few final checks. This will be a major setback for Granada.
Yeah, about that. As I see it, operating this Skell demands a higher level of competence than most others. For one, the drivetrain feedback is finicky, and it wasn't half as bad in the bench tests.
Huh? I don't understand.
The computer should have modeled it out fine. Think it's programmed wrong?
If so, that's weird. Hold on, I'll double check. You're right. The values are... No, this wouldn't account for...
Ask what it is that she found. Offer to lend a hand.
Thanks. We appreciate the offer, but it's not necessary. Alicia isn't the chief engineer for nothing.
I found our culprit. Our proprietary systems control module was fritzing. I've made sure that it won't do so again. Problem solved.
Finally, we're finished.
Oh,
After all these years.
Indeed. Now, we just wait for the press release.
All right, now that that's all squared away, it's about time we started on the proprietary...
Oh my god.
Yes? Yes, sir. Of course. Right away.
Not the boss.
The one and only. He wants to see us ASAP.
Not again. If he's got complaints, he should come over here.
He also asked for you.
Oh boy. No rest for the wicked.
It'll be on me for hiring Blade without his say-so.
No. I'm the one who went incommunicado in this case. Sorry, it shouldn't take too long. Me and Alicia, we can do all the talking.
So I was being extremely affectionate. Aren't you? Are you wanting another treat? Is that what you're doing? I know, I love Erica Lindbeck. Lee sells German. Hi, Jesse. Thank you for the posture check. I just used the clip command and I'm so confused about what I just did. Did it work? Because I was trying to use it earlier and it was not working for me. How high is my lesbian meter right now? It's very high. Hi, Book, how are you? Not the besties. Hi, Jessica Albert, welcome in. I also really like Lynn, who despite not agreeing with Lau, understood and empathized with him, even though she's only 13 years old. I love Lynn. They were roommates! Watching someone's first time, I beat this game a lot, so I'm enjoying the perspective of the way you think. Oh, I love that. How did I like South of Midnight? I loved it, although I'm not done with it, but I love it a lot. The people in the game are from our planet. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's even, like, worse, because it's just like, damn, like, there are, like, this is, like, real people.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It didn't know, it was just a weird black screen. Okay, I'm gonna give her a treat. Thank you for treating her. Okay. She has been sufficiently treated. It is also pun time. I'm taking out my handy dandy nacho jokes book. What do you get when you cross chicken broth and a comic book?
1, 2, 3, 4.
A Superman. A Superman. Get it? Get it? It's like soup? Yeah. No worries about cultures, am I right? After all, Bose will keep all the Eastern values alive. Stop it! Not Bose! Oh my god. Oh, I fucking hate Bose. Oh, I fucking hate that man. Oh, what happened to your ear? Okay, there we go. Her ear was like flipped over.
So, I hear you took our shiny new Skell out for a spin and had a little incident. Is that about the gist of it?
I don't like him already.
Boss, I can explain
I don't like the way that he's
everything.
talking to them.
What in God's name possessed you to do that? Not just that, you requested aid from a third party without consulting me.
Yes, well,
It was just one final test drive. The more safety checks we do, the better. Seems obvious.
Even if those safety checks end up impacting our profits, you cannot be that dense. That Skell is already feature complete. It was given the all clear, wasn't it?
Respectfully, sir, in this last check, we did discover an issue with the controls. If we'd released it like that, there might have been all manner of accidents.
Nonsense. In that case, you could have simply patched the thing after rollout.
What?
If bad news were to get out at this stage, it would be a complete PR disaster.
He has a face that's extremely punchable.
Besides, this isn't something a lowly pilot should be sticking her
Oh,
nose
my-
into.
Everyone's pissing me off again.
We've banked far too much on the Hresfelg's development for the project to fail at this stage. Your unsolicited opinion and poor judgment could have torpedoed all our hard work.
I apologize, sir.
He looks like a baseball glove.
But really, this could be disastrous.
No, that's enough. I've made myself clear. No faults were detected. That'll be the report. I won't have you two causing any more grievance. You'll move on to the next project. Is that clear?
Crystal, sir.
Girl. He sounds like what's his name from Game of Thrones? Wait, who? This guy is cold-hearted capitalist. He's pissing me off. He's pissing me off. Why are they still doing capitalism? There's no need. We don't need to do capitalism. Like, what the fuck? That they don't let me have Alicia's hair type. We're allowed her hairstyle, but only for straight hair. Really? Oh, his boss is worse? Oh, wait.
Sorry you had to be party to that debacle. The boss likes taking it out on
Everyone
us.
pissing me the fuck off.
He's always giving us crap. We're his
hated-
favorite punching bag. They say he was a first-rate pilot once upon a time.
Punch him
That's
back.
certainly no longer
Fuck.
true. Hresfelg here? We've been working on it since Earth, you know. You should have seen it. You could barely swing a wrench in our old workshop. We had a different chief engineer back then, and there was another test pilot besides me. We poured our sweat and tears into making Rasvelg a reality. That is, till Kellerman got appointed our new boss. To that guy, Skells are just products to be sold.
Oh my god,
his next promotion.
He really is doing a capitalism. Ask what happened to the other members.
They died. The other test pilot. We lost him in an accident during a prototype test run. Our former chief was held accountable. They wouldn't stop hounding him, and he killed himself.
Oh no!
Then Alicia stepped up. She was appointed the new chief engineer.
Wait. She
Hey,
got
Lish,
a...
You look tired.
She's got a, like,
It's
a
fine. I can hold out
barcode.
a little longer.
You'll burn out. Kellerman keeps lumping you with all these tasks. You need to breathe sometime. And you haven't had your MIM service for who knows how long. It's about time you took better care of yourself.
Look, I gotta work on the next thing. For you and Rasvelg, I can keep going.
It's time for a break.
See? Even the blades are telling you to take it easy. You need to rest.
But...
Understanding when the mods tell me to take a break now.
No, you're right. Thanks for making me see sense, Liesl.
Hey, here's an idea. Why don't we head outside? I found the most spectacular view. You're gonna love it.
Well, if you're gonna twist my arm... Sure. Go on, lead the way.
Want to join us as well? Hate to leave you out.
I'm not going to intrude on your date. Wait, did we
Then let's
say
move
yes?
out. Screw it. I'm bringing Rasvelg.
Now, why are we third wheeling? Hi, Zapdos. They're so gay. I love them so much. They really are. I love gay people. The Rasvelg was actually originally meant to be the skull of a really important character, but in Definitive they repurposed it for this quest. Really? The life hold is full of people like him is a depressing thought. Honestly. American white whale survived. The space economy was never the same. Oh, Peter Dinklage. So what if a few people die? What about the fiscal year? I hate it. Oh wait, hold on. That's kind of far. Maybe we teleport. Cannot believe it in space lesbians are not safe from capitalism. Oh my god.
Wow. I guess Mira really does have its moments.
You've been up to your neck in work for so long, you never had time to see the sights.
Guilty. Guess I didn't know what I'd been missing. I was always leaving the field tests to you.
And I'm glad you did. Working on Rasvelg has been a dream. Remember that I'm the ace pilot here. No arguing. Still thinking about what the boss said? Alicia, that guy would sell his own grandma to turn a profit.
Mm-hmm.
Even back then.
I know.
The path we've followed, we've always walked it with conviction. Right, Leash?
Right.
Wait, they're gonna make me cry.
path that we must never stray from.
Yeah. Not now, not ever. We'll stick to our guns, no matter what that crook says.
Yeah. The path I must walk.
You know, honestly, it really does irritate me that there are so many, like,
Time we made tracks.
good people in
Not long
NLA.
now. They'll be announcing Hresvelg's mass production soon.
But it feels like there's more bad
This model's
people
really
than there
a
is
cut
good
above.
people.
Can't wait for you to give it a spin. Oh, and also, this isn't public knowledge yet, but it's fitted with a special system. Hresvelg will blow other skells right out of the water.
It's still in development, but it really will wow the pants off of you. Watch this space.
Lastly, anytime you need a little extra help, give me a call. I happen to be a
Exciting.
pretty competent pilot. That might be a skill you're in the market for.
Before Granada, Liesl was Air Force and quite the rising star.
Oh, really?
She made instructor in record time. I'd argue that she might even give the legendary hero Alois Bernhold a run for his money.
Okay, now, that's laying it on a bit thick. In any case, I reckon we'd make a pretty decent team in battle. After all, everyone could use an ace up their sleeve.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I really like them. Okay. Test pilot hired by an arms manufacturer, lead cell, and new skill once a member of the German Air Force. Oh, she approaches things coolly, but beneath is a warm and caring person. Oh. Okay. I see. I see. Liesl is the best. A new skill, the Hresvelg, has been added to the shop terminal. I hear it's on a whole new level compared to earlier models. A whole... Huh? It is smart, huh? Great stuff. Unlike your run-of-the-mill spells, you can't change its equipment. But to make it comes with unique weapons. Huh? People are commissioned replicas of Liesl's test pilot outfit. And I hear you can buy it now. I kind of want it. I want to buy it. I'm gonna buy a new... Oh, her current one is only level 20. Okay. Especially the color switches you can buy. Oh, cool. Wait. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I am, I'm almost 50. Okay. I'll just wait then. Yeah, I'll wait to get it. Alright, so... Oh, wait, hold on. Next affinity quest we're gonna do. We can do L's. Let's do L's. I miss him.
That's crazy.
Friend, no?
Ugh, there we go. Wait, what? Complete chapter 10. Complete booming. Okay, booming business mission? Is it this one? Got a call from the Pathfinders. Sounds like you saw my husband's. I forgot that we put him in this. I forgot that. That's good. Now he can rest without regrets, and the shop's yours to use as promised. Many thanks, my good woman. We swear that you will not regret your decision. Rest assured, this business ship has scum in. Wait, what? Scum in? Or no, I think you mean its ship has come in. It's come in. It's a metaphor, right? It means. Oh, forget it. Come in. A goof like you makes it very hard to stay depressed, you know. I may not get my wedding, but you've given me the motivation to give the man I loved a proper funeral. That gives me some closure at least. Thank you, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Good luck with the shop. I still don't like you. Love this angle. Why is he shirtless? I don't know. I thought he looked pretty good. What? Look at the Manon. And how does it look? Geogeon? Is our little device nearly complete? Heh, leave it to the mad artist L, right? Your design was delightfully mad, though. Very, very exciting work. I haven't had this much fun twiddling cogs since I was a kid, maybe. Anyway, all we need are 5 pieces of slimy, or perhaps. Find those and I'm pretty sure we're good. Hopefully I already have them. If you can't wait to see the resulting breakthrough, maybe you could hurry, you know? Or that was directed at you, friends of L, not to sound pushy or anything, okay? It's just that with those materials, I can finally make L's super machine a reality, you see? Say okay without a moment's hesitation. Ask exactly what they're building. I'm gonna accept it. You can do whatever you want. Blind faith? That's an attractive quality in a friend, isn't it? Thanks very much. This will be much easier if we all work together. You know what I'm saying? Oh. Yeah, I figured I already had everything. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is everything I need. We should be ready to go, I think. Hear that, Elle? It's finally time to put the final touches on your miracle machine, isn't it? And we trust you to do just that, friend. Once complete, this device will be a revolution in revolutionary inventions. It will be terribly useful to the Blades, not to mention a first-rate crowd puller for our humble shop. Oh, wow. I guess I'll do my best, okay? Let me go make the finishing touches now. I can't get over Elle's outfit. It's not over till the fat baby sings. I love Elle. I love him. I'm not very good with idioms either, so I really relate to him. It's finished, Elle. Hopefully it's all right. All right? Ah, wonderful. We've just finished lining up our tempting throng of tantalizing trinkets. Tempting throng of tantalizing trinkets. Tempting throng, tantalizing trinkets. Tempting throng, tantalizing trinkets. He did an alliteration. Our shop is moments away from its grandiose opening. Moments, we tell you. And what do you think, friend? Will our store be the new talk of the tower? Ask Elle for details about their mystery device. Ask Elle what is he selling exactly. How rude of us. We failed to explain. This mother of all inventions opens additional augment slots in your weapons and armor, both with ground gear and scales as well. Oh, cool! With one simple purchase, Blades can now elevate their equipment to new and lofty heights. But they say a picture is worth 1,000... A picture is worth 1,000 worms. So by way of demonstration, we will give you this attack assault rifle. Try giving it a new augment slot. I'm ready pretty much any time, you know? Let's open up some slots, okay? Oh my god. Add slots to gear for some... Oh, for some uranium. Okay. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Enter my lexicon immediately, permanently. Local man screams at cloud. My favorite battle is damned weather. Somebody fix this. As if I'm supposed to do something about that. He's so funny. Okay, what was I supposed to do here? Or do I have to do anything here? Can I just accept the mission now? Let's see. Or maybe I had to, hang on. Oh wait, it doesn't matter which one. Okay, cool.
Oh!
Who do is it this one? Yeah, okay. Let's open up an augment slot on this. Sweet. And thus new slots for augments are born in otherwise unremarkable equipment, all thanks to our handy new invention. It's certain to become a necessity for all respecting blades. And when they come by to avail themselves of this service, they'll be unable to pass up the rest of our fantastical collection. Solid plan, yes. I'm not even looking at Snicker. Most excellent, you have our thanks. We are terribly eager to share these peerless works with all the citizens of New LA. Well, I think your shop will be a huge success, Elle. So maybe I can stay on to help. You'll need someone to maintain your super machine after all, won't you? Will be a great success. Help in the shop is so cute. We'd be delighted. As they said on Earth, only the very finest party in... only the very finest party in a storm. Which one is he trying to say? Well, we are officially open for business, and it was you who made the grand opening possible. We hope you will accept this as a thanks, and also be sure to freak on our shop. After all, a friend who spends is a friend in need. I'm obsessed with him. He's so funny. The funniest guy. Completely unrelated, but I have a question for Americans. Y'all do family... Oh, Hope is finally done. Family reunion shirts. So... Yes. I don't. I don't know if it's this... No, it's not really the same. I did make my family dress in the same color whenever we took family pictures. Yeah, hold on. What was I gonna... Oh, yeah. Yay! Now everything is perfect. Well, maybe once Murderous is out, too. Not that I have anything against Murderous, but... A friend who spends is a friend in need. Oh my... Me seeing my friends make a bunch of comfort game purchases. Reading up my old list of post-battle banters and remembering Bose's like, no! Is he terrible? Well, I feel like, yes, he's terrible, but everyone coordinate colors for the big photo is pretty common. Yeah. But, on my dad's side of the family, they did a family reunion shirt, but it was to commemorate my grandmother. So that was, I guess that was a little different.
Yep, and get this.
Oh, now I can do this one. Okay.
Friends! We are all friends indeed, which makes us friends in need, correct?
Oh, what? Sorry, Elle, I don't follow.
We wish to speak to you of a slight problem.
Tatsu will listen for free.
Truly a no-pon's no-pon, it pains me to say.
Ask Elle if his profits are down. Ask if Elle is having trouble with loan sharks.
Heavenly no! It has always been our policy to run a debt-free business.
We'd be happy to hear your problem and help out if we can, Elle.
Splendid! We thank you for deciding in our favor. So, as it happens, we invent things in our spare time.
Whoa, really? What sort of things do you make?
We're very pleased you asked, and we'd be equally pleased to answer, were it not a trade secret.
Oh, come on.
So then what was it you wanted help with, Elle?
Unfortunately, we've been unable to procure the materials necessary for our tinkering. Resources were more plentiful when we lived in Noctilum, you see.
Well, yeah. Here in the city, we mostly have finished products as opposed to raw materials.
Just so. Yet the world beyond these walls is, as you say, all about survival of the fattest. Gathering resources amid such brutality is difficult for us.
That was a good one.
More intellectual types, we fear.
Tatsu know exactly what Elle means.
I just love that we're just going along with it.
Intellectual, not ineffectual.
All right. Well, now I understand what you're asking for, and I think we can help. Just let us know what you need, and we'll try to track it down.
Oh, wonderful. Splendid. Thank you so very much for stepping up to the full plate.
Tatsu want more on his plate, too.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Listen, Lynn,
Anyway,
I get it.
Sounds like we're going on a
Okay,
mission
I'm
for
following
Elle.
along just fine, Lynn.
You know we're going to have to charge you for it, right, Elle?
What?
Of course, and we will pay most handsome.
Oh, I feel like, oh my god, okay. Did I finish all of them? Oh no, okay, I finished 2 of 3. Wait, why is this showing? This is not Caldros. Get 3 multi-wires from... Why is it showing me... Unless they're here too. So interesting, L uses the we pronoun when referring to... I love it too. I think it's really cool. I'll read a human database for 2 months, and the first thing he does is join capitalism. He's just copying everybody else. He thinks it's right, I guess. Any shards can drop. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Rock and I shall create a world free of these conflicts. And Bose is like, come meditate with me. I help you achieve a perfect state of selflessness. He's so fucking annoying. Did you know that you're the best streamer, Jesse, please? I am simply existing. I'm so glad Elle is part of the main cast because he's so funny. He is so funny. I love him. He's definitely one of my favorites. I can't stop eating these grapes, y'all. They're cotton candy grapes.
They spotted us.
You've never had cotton candy grapes? They're so good. It's like eating dessert.
More.
See, I tried to... Ooh, I did it again. I tried to do the frozen grapes thing, and I don't know how y'all do those because they just hurt my teeth. Like, maybe it's like old people sensitive teeth or something, but like, I can't do frozen grapes because they just... I feel like my teeth are screaming when I eat them. I think I forgot to give... Oh, that's cool. Okay, so, Lisel is already using her skull. However, Celica does not have one. She's on the ground, like, what am I supposed to be doing here?
Attack at range. Follow my lead. Try this on. Absorb us. Thank you.
Oh, there's 2 of them. Wait, what?
Special delivery. Special delivery. Cut him down. I've got just a move. Offline? Oh crap. Slide try this on. Try attacking the range. Now. Hey.
This skill's a
Lay on
write-off.
the hurt. Absorb us. Buff up. We must
That went so fast! I didn't even know! Oh my god! Alright, well, Celica's about to get a skull because I have to go back to the base. Whoopsies! I did not mean to do that. That was a terrible mistake. Didn't realize what they're called. I did have... Oh, you have had them before? Yeah, they also have like different ones too. There's the cotton candy ones, and then they also have like ones that's supposed to taste like gummy bears, which are really good too. But I think the cotton candy ones are my favorite. All right, let's give Celica. Oh, it's level 20. Yeah, I noticed that. Oh, wait, hold on. We're gonna refuel while we're here too. Who's your favorite optional party member so far? Like outside of the main cast?
Must you be so belligerent? Prepare your auras. This planet's weather is dangerous.
Enjoy your lurk, Jesse. Man. Yeah, it's kind of hard because I love a lot of them, but... Oh wait, I can't even look at my party members right now. I really like Neil, like a lot. I really like her. I'm still getting to know Celica, but so far I really like Celica. And then yeah, I literally just met Liesel, but I'm also a fan. And then I really like Elle. I feel like it's hard to choose just one. Alright, let me see if I can kill one at a time without getting too many. Wait. Yeah, this is this a thing? Yeah. Oh, it's level 50. Wait, I did this! Ah! Run. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can... Hold this one.
We can't lose the scout.
Do accelerate
first.
There it is.
I've got just the way to try this.
Is it really not? Is it really not?
Burn, baby.
Shit, I should have used that. No!
Try this on.
Oh, I see.
Oh wait, I didn't aggro it. Okay, good.
Special delivery. Cut him down. Let's see how delivery.
Okay, I don't want to kill the level 55 because I don't... Well, maybe I can. Hang on. Let me see. Now that I only have one,
I sense hostility.
let's see if I can do it.
Let's just power. Take down this. Got this. Cut him down. Special delivery. This on. Cut him down. Burn, baby. Like a unit win. Gunfire!
Yeah, I don't know why that was freaking me out so bad because yeah, I was able to do it just fine. Oh, I need 3. Okay. Yeah, this is much easier.
Don't bother apologizing. We need strength. You better. Let us power. Special delivery. Try this on. Special delivery. See, cut down. Try delivery. Take this.
Jeez, that was a little bit of an overkill.
Don't underestimate them. Fire! Don't miss! See how you like this? Try this on. Just hit. Cut him down. See how you like this? This is really good. Try this on. Hope you're ready for this.
It's a really good song. It's a really good song.
Nice job.
I wish I could add a splash of color to my scalp. A little flower pattern or what have you.
A little flower pattern, she said? Oh my god, she's so precious. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, when I feel like I have scales that I like for each of them, I think I'm gonna like decorate all of them. I think that'd be really fun. Okay, now we are going to Sylvalum. I didn't realize how much of the area I did not have explored. Celica and Neil have really cute dialogue with each other, as in post-battle dialogue. Oh my god! I need to, yeah. I'm gonna put them together once I'm done working on Affinity, because I love them both. I'm probably fine. A 100 hours of gameplay? This reminds me of, I think it happened a lot when I was playing the first Xenoblade. Oh, perfect. So like when you teleport, does it autosave or something?
They've spotted us.
Yeah, I think the first Xenoblade crashed a lot for me. I think. I'm trying to remember. One of them did.
Must you be so belligerent?
Oh, from mountain goating with your skull? Interesting. It doesn't like that. Seems like it's rare for some people. Yeah, that was my first crash. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. One time I fell through the floor in Sylvan. Oh, you fell through the floor! Oh my god. That happened to me when I was playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I fell through the ship. Wait, no, I fell through, no. It was Odyssey. No, actually it happened in both. In Odyssey, I was riding my horse and I fell through the worlds. It was hilarious. And then in Valhalla, I fell through the ship and I was stuck at the bottom of the ship. What the fuck? What is attacking me?
Should be doing better. Heal me. I bet just move.
I got a little reckless.
I'm getting out. I'm getting out. I'm getting out. Nope.
Try this on. Salt hammer. I'd kill her. Slaughter the resting rage.
Damn, okay, murderous.
Heal me. I can't afford to fall here and now. Take this.
What? I don't even know where I'm attacking. Like, what is...
Let's see how fast you can run. Now, we can lay on the hurt.
Should I get back in it now? I feel like it was...
Switch it to my scout. Scout buffed. Use your auras. Fight like the world is watching. See, got the this scouts are right off. Now they're first. Follow my lead. Let's see how fast. Back off. Use melee attack. You're messing me up big time.
Get out again! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! What is going on? Why is everything here again? We might be dead again.
Close the gap. Rising blade. Try this on.
Yeah, was that because I did Phoenix Dance? I feel like there wasn't anything near me. It just has that big of range. I love that they're still on their skulls.
I'm so sorry.
Get someone up, Celica, come on, girl. Oh, okay, never mind. Just die. What was the name of the tyrant? I didn't see.
Somebody heal me already.
Alright, let's try this again.
Must you be so belligerent?
What's funny is I literally just need one more of these. I just need one more.
Special delivery. That hurts, you jerk.
What?
See how fast.
Oh, is it because I got toppled?
Nailed it. Now weaken it. Try this on. Special delivery. Special delivery. Cut him down.
Yeah, I did lose 2 skulls. Let's get this one down here.
Don't bother apologizing. Fire.
No.
Thank you. Try this on.
I did it again.
Lay on the delivery.
I love that ability, but I feel like I just get real goofy with it.
Take this. Cut him down. Try this on. Just this. Primer. Now weaken it. Delivery.
This is great content, though. Unintentional.
Special delivery. Cut him down.
You know, every time I hear this song now, I think of Tetris. I feel like it probably shouldn't be like that, but I literally think of Tetris every time.
Special delivery. Primer. Absorb us. Thank you.
What's my favorite battle theme?
Nicely done.
It's probably the Overdrive music. Tetris 99 Return Arc. We did it. At what cost, though? Still need to get a few more tickets for the Xenoblade 1 theme. Yeah, I need to get that one too. We did it! I got these grapes. I'm gonna finish them off. He's doing his thing!
Oh, dance of new wares.
Oh, we didn't dare dream you'd find the materials so soon. Now we can unleash the wondrous magic of our new stock upon the world.
Oh my god, Tatsu's dancing
New
too.
stuff still looks pretty standard to me.
Only to the eyes of an amateur, my friend. Ah, but it looks like we already have a customer. Welcome, welcome. What may we help you find?
So, my team's taken on this job, yeah? But the area's crammed with indigents.
If it's weapons you're after, I'm afraid you've got the wrong shop.
Are you nuts? I wouldn't dream of trying to fight those things. We just want to run them off, yeah?
Of course, we understand. In that case, we have just the thing. Don't we, Special Assistant Manager?
Not special assistant manager. Steer the client toward the ball of honey smoke, a sweet-smelling smoke screen. Steer the client toward the high-temperature pod, a special piece of cookware that never cools down. Steer the client toward a comfy lounger that doubles as... I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, this might work. Let's see how those bastards react to this. Thanks a million.
Ah, the simple joys of life. To craft goods and see them sold. To watch the customer's face embiggen in satisfaction. Oh, and look, another customer. Welcome and good day. What may we offer you?
Well, I recently started dating someone.
These are all
That's
safety
great.
hazards.
Thanks. Anyway, I wanted to cook him dinner, but...
Cease speaking. We have the perfect
I think
item for your
I'm literally
needs.
just gonna give everybody the wrong thing.
Isn't that right, Special Assistant Manager?
A smoke screen.
Okay, sure. I think I can make this work.
It makes perfect sense.
Again.
Is that really gonna work?
That would certainly be lovely.
Wait, you don't know?
How could we? We were not the one who suggested it. And even if it doesn't work now, surely there must be some other future use it will be
my
perfect
God.
for.
That's one way to look at it.
That was so silly. I loved it. By the way, I have a question. So how many affinity missions do characters typically have? If this was a normal quest, the wrong options would have probably killed them somehow. Yup. Oh, okay. We have another one. One to recruit them and then two. Oh, okay. So this is probably Elle's last one, maybe. We could do this one. Oh, wait, let's do Hopes. Because I think, Amphi was talking about this in the Discord. Let's do Hopes. Over here. Okay, to the west. When cats are eepy eepy diseased. Oh, is she sleeping? I accepted that really quick.
Hey, Hope. Got a minute?
Certainly. What can I do for you? Got something on your mind?
Kind of. Don't know if you've heard, but there's been a string of blade disappearances lately. The third case just happened, and an odd commonality has emerged. The 3 victims that have disappeared so far.
are Hans, Elliot, and Trish. They were all regular clients of yours, weren't they?
Oh no. But yes, I suppose they did come by for advice fairly often.
Listen, Hope. I want to respect your client privilege, but if you know anything...
I'm sorry, but I've been leaving so much to Ornella lately. My other missions have taken me out of the city a lot.
Now that you mention it, I don't see Ornella around.
Yes, she was feeling under the weather, unfortunately.
I see. Well, tell her I send my best. And if you do hear anything, let me know, okay?
Hope was the real murderess the entire time.
I'm sorry, but can I ask you for a favor? Would you mind if we looked into this case?
You're on it.
Thank you so much. Hearing that people close to me are vanishing it brings up memories. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to focus on much else right now.
Press Hope for details of her past. Cheer Hope up by assuring her things. I'm kind of being nosy.
It's not something I like to bring up, but I was an orphan. When I was young, I was taken in by a church.
Oh.
The priest there was wonderful. He became a father and a mentor to me. One day, he walked out the door like normal and, well, later they found him dead. I was inconsolable. I just shook and wept and prayed and I don't think I can bear that again. That's why I want to resolve this case as soon as possible.
Aww.
I suppose we should ask around first. Let's see what the rumor mill says about the folks who disappeared.
The song was Lau's battle theme.
Hey!
Was it? I didn't even notice that. She makes me so sad about the trauma. Welcome back, Easy Peasy. What happened so far? So I finished Elle's second affinity quest. Affinity quest. I think that was it.
Yup.
Oh no, this affinity quest is sad. Okay. Wait, what am I doing? I can just teleport. This happens every time. How could you when you realize we may be part of the 1% because we made it on the white whale?
Here's the deal.
Okay, so there's...
Listen.
Actually, let me pick up this green quest too. I need to start picking up more of the green quests. Our brand, Belle Betty Fashions, prides itself in offering products made for women by women, no matter what species they may be. But so far, we've only been able to reach a human audience. If we want to succeed on Mira, we need to start bringing Manon women into the folds. Which is precisely what I've asked Penyar here to accomplish as head of our new Manon sales division. Hello, leave it to me, okay? As the rising star of non-human fashion, I'm positioned to revolutionize Manon apparel, you see. Oh, she's so cute! But, in your opinion, how does current Manon fashion strike you? Doesn't it just all look the same? No? Really? I think I may question your taste level. You see, we Manon have no custom of wearing clothes specifically designed for one's own body. Most Manon will throw on anything, even if it's too big and not especially flattering, you know? Aha, I have it, yes. Victoria, you need to craft undergarments like the ones you humans wear, but in Manon sizes. That's sort of subtle, concealed fashion is fantastic, isn't it? Very, very confidence boost. Is she talking about underwear? That's an interesting idea, Panyar. Though we'll need to do some research. I have no idea what kind of size chart to use for Manon. Maybe we'll just have my good friend here do it. It's decided. Go into town and ask 3 Manon for their measurements, okay? This seems... Why do humans keep such data secret? It seems so narrow-minded, doesn't it? I mean, like if somebody were to ask me my sizes and stuff, I'm not gonna tell anybody. Manon are very, very open about such question, you know? So will you go ask them? I need Panyar to stay here and start working up some designs. I understand it's rather sudden, but would you mind helping us? We can shake up the new LA apparel scene together. Oh, and in addition to the measurements, we need material to craft the garments. A handful of supple leather. Okay. Appreciate all your help. The division is brand new, so we're still rather understaffed. Many, many thanks. Let me give you the names of 3 of my friends. For juniors, talk to Viverda. For misses, see Alice. And for the older women, ask Vipone. They should all be in New LA somewhere. Okay. Interesting. I guess that woman at least wants to include Manon, but also she pretty much forces human fashion trends on Manon, and I just think considering the state of fast fashion right now, that should not really. Yes, I agree. It's weird. Victoria making underwear. I wonder what her secret would be. Oh, Panyar asked that for a second. I thought the human lady did, and I was like 0 days without a microaggression. 0 days without a microaggression. Oh. Oh, wait, what? That's the uppercase and lowercase is a thing? It's kind of interesting. Wait a minute, I forgot what I was doing. I'm trying to ask people for stuff. Kirsty! Oh my god. My biggest op, Kirsty. Glad you're here, Lorie. I've been waiting for you. You're the only one I know who can handle this. Let's get you briefed. What, is this beneath you? Should I only have you engage in boss fights or something? Besides, I think you'll agree the reward is fair, so at least hear me out. As you know, New LA now has a number of non-human residents. Thanks to these xenoforms, we've seen leaps in our technology and an exponential growth in trade. Unfortunately, our uranium consumption has also spiked to an alarming degree. The amount we're excavating with our existing data probes simply can't keep up. I'd like to, okay. She wants me to do more Frontier Nav stuff. First I need to gather 7 or so mole worms. Achieve data. Okay. Damn. Damn! Make sure to tell the xenoforms to bring... Okay. No pressure now. Ha 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 ha. Tell Kirsty that you're the sharpest blade in the drawer. Look panic and shift nervously from foot to foot. The sharpest? Yowza. That's really bad. But whatever. Now get out there and prove me right. Good luck, and thanks, Lorie.
How's it going?
Wow, you got all... Oh. Deliver. Okay. Thanks so much. Good luck with the remaining objectives.
Thanks.
Oh wait. Okay, never mind. That's done. Hi Sickle! Haven't been around lately. Have you been? You probably have VODs of it. But did you like the Zelda game or no? Wait, what Zelda game?
Listen.
Adorable, right?
Oh, hey!
Kirsty, Moranium capitalist personified. I know they say Moranium is near endless on this planet, but I still feel icky introducing pretty much a new fossil resource economic on a different planet. Yep. Oh, are you talking about I can't remember the name of it. I actually haven't played that one. I do own it, but I haven't played it yet. Boo Boo. Is tall friend a mighty blade? You must go save Lena. Save sweetheart of Boo Boo. Boo Boo give friend anything. Details. Lena is wife of Boo Boo. Total angel. Perfectness. Never has Mira seen more beautiful no pawn. But Angel with Boo Boo left for Cauldros to buy new inventory and never returned. Boo Boo tried to stop Lena. Told Lena there was no reason for gentle Nopon like her to go to such a dangerous place all alone. But Lena insists on helping business with Boo Boo. So kind, so giving. How can one Nopon be so sweet? Surely Friend is also deeply enamored with Lena by now. Oh my god, I love this. He's like, I love my wife. Boo Boo understand, but Friend will kindly remember that Angel Lena already has very special someone. Friend should avoid getting any sneaky ideas. And with that, Boo Boo asks that Friend travel to Cauldros and check up on darling Lena. Friend will be paid well. No price too high for Angel of Boo Boo. But in return, Boo Boo expects Friend to do anything in powers to keep Lena safe. Thank you, Friend. Boo Boo won't Lena to forever be smiling her amazing angel smile. So cute! What a sweetheart. This is why the Nopon are the best. I love them. You love watching me play it. I don't know when I'm gonna get to it, to be honest. We'll see. Not sure if I'm actually going to stream it either. I don't know. I haven't really decided. It's not something that I thought about, to be honest. Am I? Going to Anime Central in Chicago, and one of the most recently announced voice acting guests is none other than Sarah. Ash Ketchum from Pokemon. Oh, nice! Sickle, I hope you have a great time. That's really exciting. No comment of the best, except you have... Not Tatsu! Tora, Xenoblade 2, you'll be banished in the main corridor. You know what, that's valid. Oh, I forgot about Heart to Hearts. I don't think I've done any of these, have I? Wait, what? Is it... I can do one now, but he's not in my party. I guess it's because it's not afternoon.
As I recall...
Oh wait, okay, we're done actually. Tatsu Xenoblade 1 though. Has to be specific time of day for most of them. Oh, okay. Got it.
That you, Hope? What's up? I thought we were meeting later.
Were we? I don't remember making any plans.
Seriously? You were just here with Ornella. You told me you needed advice on something and wanted to meet later. You must be tired, girl. And here I thought you asking for advice was weird.
No, This is so strange. What's going on?
Ask Ada for more information about the meeting.
Ask Hope. She's standing right there. Look, you asked me to meet you on the South Janpath plane around midnight. I figured it was really, really serious if you needed that much privacy. But since you're always helping me out, it seemed like the least I could do. I got your back, girl.
No! That wasn't me. It must have been the criminal we're chasing.
You're chasing a... Wait, what? You better explain from the beginning. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. You have an evil twin?
Not a
We have to confront the
doppelganger.
criminal at Janpath Lake. So please, Ada, don't go to the meeting. Stay here in New LA.
I'm a blade, remember? I'd planned to pay you back by listening to your troubles or whatever. But now I can do it by acting as bait for your deadly doppelganger.
No! I won't have you risking yourself like that, Ada.
Tell Hope she should take Ada up on the offer. Tell Ada it's too dangerous to use her as bait. Yes.
I didn't ask you, pal. Look, I want to do this.
Jeez.
So you guys should shut up and accept the help. You do the same thing for me, Hope. Am I right?
Ada, thank you. Truly. I swear I'll catch whoever's responsible for this. I really appreciate your help.
There. Was that so hard? All right, I'll go on ahead. Meet you on the South Janpath Plain around midnight. Got it?
Heart-to-hearts are amazing, especially those Lao ones you can do pre-chapter 8. No! I didn't know there were Lao ones in chapter 8! So I can't do them? I didn't know that some of them were locked. Oh, now I'm sad. No! We missed Lao content, we did! They were kind of the setup for the reveals. Stop, are you serious? I hate it here. I can't remember. Can we change the time? Probably not, right? Do we have to sit here and wait? You can? In the system. Okay. Oh! Okay, perfect. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Right on time. You are the real Hope, right?
Yes. Thank you again for your help. We have to put a stop to this.
Okay, so why don't you guys hide, and I'll draw our fake out here.
All right. But be careful. Don't take any risks.
Thank you so much for coming all this way. I know you're busy.
Wait, who's
Oh,
Hope's
heck,
VA?
You're always helping me with one thing or another. I don't mind at all.
That's very kind of you. I'm afraid I just didn't know who else to ask.
It's so unusual to hear you ask for help. You've got me super curious. Oh, but one thing first.
Yes? What is it?
You are the real Hope, right?
The real Hope? I don't understand.
No, I just heard this rumor about an imposter. Can't be too careful.
No, trust me. I'm Hope from New LA. What a strange rumor to invent.
So you can prove that, right?
I've been together with Ornella this entire time. She can vouch for me.
Of course this is Hope. What kind of bizarro questions are you asking anyway?
Okay. Guess I went a little nuts there. Thing is, I've got somebody that I'd like you guys to meet.
You know who else?
You can come out now.
This voice actor sounds like the teacher from Persona 5.
What? This isn't possible.
The one that you
Ornella,
can have inappropriate relations with.
No, I was just... Why are you even here, Hope?
I would ask you the same. Are you a fake Ornella, just like I have a fake Hope?
Yeah, what is going on?
Oh, damn it. This whole planet's gone to hell.
Angrily accuse Ornella of being a traitor. Ask Ornella what drove her to this. Rage.
You think you're mad? Look at all the effort I wasted. Damn you! Hope was the perfect tool. Sweet and innocent and stupid. You did this. You put ideas in her head. You ruined everything.
What the fuck is going on?
No. No. This isn't really her. Ornella helped me. She was always there. She was like a mother to me. You really are a stupid girl. Your precious Ornella is scum. She sold the lives and bodies of her people for spending money.
Wait, what?
Guess there's no reason to hide anymore. We'll just kill you and add your parts to the latest shipment.
Oh, okay. Ass in our face. Wait, hold on.
You can rest easy, knowing that I, the great Jizan, will be taking over the role of Hope Alonzi. That sweet face of yours will add more fresh bodies to my mother's collection. Now, prepare to die for your kindness.
Listen, why, like, everyone who evil is out here just being divas.
It spotted us.
Oh, these are level 20. What the fuck is going on? Wait, I can get in my skull.
This could make all the difference.
That was amazing. Hi, Shadow. Hi, Wolf. Oh, the voice of Pascal and Mir.
Man, life is a real bitch sometimes. Go on, do it. I got nowhere left to go anyway.
Why did she execute? Hold on, I want to know why she did this.
What? You want to know why I did it? You think anyone would play sidekick to a naive fool like you for free? You were popular even before the crash, and I thought I'd get in on it. Make a quick buck and walk away whistling, but you kept helping people for free. We were in the red from day one. All that potential wasted. So I sold you out. Then I sold the MIMs of your clients to those freaks.
Oh my god, she's a fucking horrible person.
Yes, and I belong in hell for what I've done. Now hurry up and send me there.
No. Come back to me.
Girl!
If we explain this, we'll find a way. I'll vouch for you. Do whatever it takes to make it right.
Hope.
You make me sick. Unconditional love. Martyrdom? What are you trying to gain with that dreck?
I'm not. This is what my father taught me.
Yeah, and where did it get him? Fleeced and murdered.
Oh, jeez.
I'm no different from the ones who killed your father, Hope. Actually, I'm worse.
Ornella, no!
Oh. Okay. I hate that. I hate that we hear this. Affinity mission complete? Like, wow. Okay. Aiden, thank you so much for that. Affinity mission complete. It reminds me of the it seems like relations have changed. Oh great! I learned the knife art secondary speed. Fantastic. So it's good to keep a record. Wow, that was something. That was really, really something. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm remembering now because Ornella's first quest, or sorry, Hope's first quest, Ornella was the one standing next to her at the church, right? Who do I want to put back in my party? I'm probably gonna have to put Irina in my party again. Yeah. Basically stepmom. Yeah, that's horrible. And she didn't really say why she was doing all of that, right? She was just saying, ah, ha, ha, I'm terrible. Basically did it for the money. Do you see what I mean about the people in New LA? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, it infuriates me. Like, there are so many horrible people. Horrible, horrible people. Atrocious people. We can do Neil's. That gave me Final Fantasy 16 flashbacks. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen the worst of it. Hey Jesus, I hope you're okay. Everything's okay.
Hey, how you been? Been a while, hasn't it?
They're walking up together.
Hello there.
Nothing in particular. I just happened to see you and thought I'd say hi.
Were they hanging out?
That's a lie. I was hoping to talk to you about something. We could take it to the barracks. Wait, before all that, I believe I owe you my thanks. I hear you saved my dear little sister. Celica Sulica truly landed in hot water.
They're sisters?
Really, thank you.
But little sister is going too far, Lady
Wait.
Neil. I am not worthy.
Really? I disagree. We were both spawned from the same artificial womb plant. We Clue are all one big family, aren't we?
Perhaps, but you're the High Custodian, the most exalted in all of Clerian society. Whereas I am from a line of acolytes who serve you. The mere act of accompanying you like this, it's an honor beyond compare.
Is that so?
In awe of, oh my
I haven't
god.
been back to our home planet in so long, but I see our education system is as rigid as ever. I'm tired of all this pomp and ceremony. Leave the hierarchical stuff to the other girls. I'd appreciate it if you could simply be yourself around me.
Lady Neil.
Whoops, we're getting sidetracked. I'll tell you the rest in the Blade Barracks. It'll be easier if you see the data firsthand.
That was so cute. Oh my god. We still have the quest from the guy who wants to teach them Anon the proper... That's right. That's fucking right. I'm gonna have to do that at some point. Neil, my
then,
beloved.
First, take a look at this.
I love her too. Big fan of Neil.
The time we went to Oblivia, remember those mystery mechs that attacked us? I finally figured out what they're all about. Rather, I remembered seeing the very same ones in a database.
Oh my god, I'm
back on
so
our home
obsessed with
planet.
her.
They're Clerian.
I'm obsessed with both of
So that
them.
means-
To be honest.
Yeah. Those machines are mobile weapons developed using actual Clerian technology. Would it be easier if we simply called them skells? The model is old, practically antique. But these were special skells who once served as personal bodyguards to a certain custodian.
They require no pilot and were
Oh my,
designed
she's
from
so
top to bottom
perfect.
to be fully autonomous. In actual fact, there's something of a trick to their autonomic functions. Now, pop quiz. If I asked you who you could trust implicitly, who comes to mind?
Tell her that your friends will always be there with you. Say yourself. Jeez.
Indeed, a model answer. But in this case, I'm sorry to say you'd be wrong. The answer is yourself. Why? Because logically, it's impossible for you to betray yourself.
I'll have you know.
No, it stands that you can trust
That's
yourself.
not true.
And so, the master of those skulls copied her personality onto them and incorporated it into their autonomic system. The personality
actually-
of the High Custodian Neil Nail.
Verify that she really said Neil Nail's personality. Wig out. Conclude that by the logic, Neil must be the attacker.
I did. By which
She's
I
very
mean, of
pretty,
course,
isn't she?
My predecessor.
The High Custodian. Her existence is perpetuated
That's
through
we
the
all
use
have
of
my own worst
clones.
enemy right.
She who presides over the knowledge of ancient times. Such is the destiny of Lady Neil Nail.
Well, I may be a clone, but I still have my own personality, thoughts, and desires.
Oh, that's interesting.
The point is, those scales are technically the embodiment of a former iteration of Neil Nail. Let's call the white one Neil Nail Albus.
Wait.
And the black one can be Neil Nail Fervus. Here's what I think. Their job is to defend any sites of Clorian influence. That is the duty of a Neil Nail. And that's why we were attacked. Who else to right the wrongs of the High Custodian but the High Custodian herself? Which means there's only one thing left to do. Destroy them. Put the old Neil Nail in her coffin.
It's getting confusing.
As I'm sure you're aware from the last battle, they're not likely to roll over and die for us. Once again, would you lend me your strength? Please?
Lend Neil Nail your strength. Show reluctance about the whole idea.
Thank you. I was
She's a
fully
space
expecting you to turn me
janitor.
down, so honestly, I'm delighted. After all, I couldn't ask this of just anyone. It's a risky assignment, but I'm more than convinced we'll be able to pull this off.
She's caked up. She is. She is.
Lady Neil, let me accompany you too. I promise I won't slow you down.
Thank you, Celica. With you at my side, I'm all the more reassured.
First off,
They're
we need
so
to find
cute.
your predecessor's scales, won't we?
According to the data I collected, they recently ambushed someone, a blade who was exploring a cluster of ruins in Coldros. If the scales are meant to deter anyone who explores too far into the ruins, then...
You're saying if we investigate those ruins ourselves, they will come for us.
Bingo. I think it's worth a try. For starters, why don't we try looking in those ruins for info samples? That said, we'll have to be snappy. We can't risk them claiming any more victims.
At once, Lady Neil.
She. Oh my god. I love Neil. Oh my god. Everything is Neil Nail. You see that scale, Neil Nail. The walls and floors, also Neil Nail. In the anime and manga section. Okay. I will have to take a peek after stream. I don't know what's going on outside. My dogs are barking. Oh, I see. Okay. So, yeah, I know that when people were talking to me about Neil, that she's technically not a new character. It's just that they added her to, like, this version, even though she was technically, like, in the other, like, the original one, but not in the game or something like that. Where's Mini-Me at the moment? Are they at school? Yeah, my kids are at school. Actually, they're probably getting home really soon. In terms of being included content, yeah. Yeah, Lee Sell is really, really cool. I really like her. I can't wait to do more of her Affinity stuff. Royal Records won. Oh, I gotta fly down there. Okay. I am still hopefully manifesting that we get a vinyl for this game, but I don't. I think it's a very slim chance. At the very least, I'm hoping for just like a full soundtrack release or something. Does anyone know if in the original, did the collectors come with like a soundtrack or no? What if we get a corrupted USB instead of a vinyl like the original release? That's right, that's right. Y'all said so the USB was supposed to be the OST. I feel like I use up so much fuel. It's a bit messy. I heard the story. OC CDs, but I need a definitive version for the Misaki Umasa epilogue music. Ooh. Actually, I'll grab this. Oh crap. Oh, if at all expect the CDs again. I really wonder why they only did a vinyl for the first game. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it was a pretty popular collector's edition, right? This is your second favorite Xenoblade game now? Which is your first? Gonna make tiramisu these days? Oh my god, you're gonna make tiramisu! Yeah. I ate them all. 3. Handshake. Handshake.
Hi, what's up? Hi, what's up?
Hello?
Hi, what's up?
Hi.
Incoming enemy.
Hi, children.
Incoming enemy.
Hello. How was your days? Good.
I was tired. I had work today.
Yeah?
Oh, great.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Attack at range. Follow my lead. There.
Yeah, speaking of,
Ready for
it's so chaotic. 3 is really good. That is my favorite as well. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to do it. I'm gonna do it.
Didn't know I was so popular.
Violent streak! Violent streak! Roger. You need it more.
Oh my god. You know what? Something told me that I shouldn't do that, but I did it anyway. So, right, the insurance company is sweating. They're gonna raise my rates. They're gonna be like, how many crashes has she been in? Wait. Insurance of this skull is run out. What would you like to do with it? I have a salvage ticket. Two is very strange, frustrating takes about colonization that I don't like. The thing that makes me like X more is that I find its themes and gameplay is more interesting than 1, and it's way less annoying to play than 2. Yeah, 2 is objectively my least favorite out of the entire series, but not by like, when I say that, it's not by like a super large margin between all of them, because I love every game for different reasons, but 2, in my opinion, does have a lot of flaws that I'm not a fan of, but I still love it, but yeah, just not like at the same level as like 3. Like 3 is like, oh, it's so important to me. Like that game is incredibly important to me. And I loved 1. And I'm gonna see how I feel after this game. But so far, I'm really enjoying it. You've hit your deductible and yearly maximum. 2 is so much good that I can never hate it, but some things are frustrating. That's exactly how I feel. That is exactly how I feel. And like, the criticisms I am always willing to hear, because they're like, people's criticisms about it are very valid.
Nothing yet. Your forebears' scales refuse to surface. Perhaps the ruins of Koldros really have nothing to do with Clerians.
No, I'm sure that they do. I took a good look around the cloister. It was incredibly subtle, but there were traces of the clue. It's starting to look like Samarian worship took a radical turn, very different to the peaceful faith it once was. There's a high probability that we'll find them here. The problem is, where to look. Perhaps we should try thinking more central.
Central, you say?
From the records we have to go on, we know that a king once ruled here, a civilization under an almighty monarch. This place was once the royal capital. Now, where would a king take his seat?
Ventured that he would likely govern from a castle. Pass the buck? Ask Salika for her opinion.
Well, you want me to answer? Somewhere a king would reside. In a castle, perhaps.
Excellent guess, Celica.
She's so
cute! For a variety of
cute.
reasons, throughout history, castles have been a mainstay of sovereign power. The castle, both a threshold between ruler and governed, and a bulwark
I would
against
let
foreign invaders.
Neil
A means
just
of defense.
talk
Just
to me
as the
about
scales
whatever.
are, you mean?
Like, pop off, queen.
It's a possibility.
Now,
Now,
sure.
time to check our theory. Onward
Give
to
me
Orson
facts
Castle.
about
We're sure to find answers
castles.
there.
Totally. Yep. As long as you're talking to me, that's all I care about. This quest is my favorite affinity quest for. Oh, really? Really off topic, but anyone tried the saucy nugs from Wendy's? I tried a small 4-piece helping of the barbecue ones yesterday, and now I'm kind of craving an actual meal of them. Really? I want to say Effigy has had them before. Sit on your face, but Castle talk about
you and me.
Yes, yes. That's fine too. She could do that as well. I'd be down for that. Only for the camera to leave it up some food so next second. Yes, yeah. I think that's the big thing. Wait, what did I get on my skull? Oh wait, that's right. I forgot again that I don't have to do that when I'm doing the FN fights. I'm not using it. I'm staying away from it. Okay, let me catch up here. I get very, very upset whenever there's a quest about defeating the evil Gormati terrorists who are upset that they get colonized. There's so many about this topic, and like Morag is so like not anti-colonization enough for me to not raise an eyebrow at some of the things she says. Yes, that's so when I did my playthrough of of Xenoblade 2, I kept saying ACAB. I was like ACAB, but I guess Morag is exempt from that because she was so hot. But yeah, so I'm trying to remember the Gormati stuff. I think that came across the first time. Was it with the quest with the kids, I think? I would let Neil lecture me about Clarion society for hours. Same. I'm worried Neil would catch me staring as she talked to me, but I mean, look at her. I know! There's a lot about this. Were they in side quests? Because I actually didn't do a ton of Xenoblade 2 side quests. That was the game that I slacked on a bit with side quests, and also the what were they called? The blade missions. I didn't do a lot of those. I want to go back and do. Well, I am planning on replaying the series, so I do want to do more blade quests in Xenoblade 2 because I didn't really do that many. Really frustrating gameplay, so I tend to avoid them. Yeah. EHOAB.
Lady Neil.
Yep, we found our skulls. This floor plan suggests that this was once the castle's keep. The keep is the king's seat of power. In other words, it's the heart of these ruins.
I love her voice too. Oh my god.
As we've determined, these skulls are dangerous foes, not to be trifled with. That said, it's not like we have any other option. Destroying them is the only way.
I wonder if they would do a Xenoblade 2 Definitive Edition. Oh wait, these divas. Didn't we fight these in her first Affinity quest?
Come on, you and me.
These skulls are so cunty, like, I'm kind of obsessed.
That's my target. Archie horse, thank you. Furious blast. Try attacking the gate. I'll blast a hole right through him. Fire charge. Now close the gap. Rifle delivery. And down. Down. Why can't I move? Use your aura. Burn. Phoenix wins.
Can't see what, Captain?
Now melee attack. Duck this. Nailed it. Now cripple them. So delivery.
I just... Wait, where is everybody's skulls?
Primer. Duck this. should be doing better. I'm sorry. But I'm not
Thank you.
very much better. Got this.
Their faces look like redacted? What? Who are y'all talking about?
Special delivery. Got this.
Oh, to board their skulls? I'm just confused as to why they're out of that.
Understood.
Yeah, get the fuck in your skulls.
Going all out. Let's send them flying.
I shall give my
Feels
skeleton.
like coming home.
Burn,
I shall
baby.
give it my all.
Phoenix win. I've got just the move. Overdrive. Like this. Special delivery. Got this. Cut him down. Got this. Cut him down. Stay there. Got this. Here comes my signature. Special delivery.
Oh, jeez. What the hell is that?
Special delivery. Let's burn, baby. Phoenix win. Cut him down. Special delivery. Too easy. Move it on the next one. Got this. Cut him down. See, I'm right there.
Here are very questionable times, like the most interesting are all pretty much the NG Plus exclusive Chronoblades. Yeah, what was the one with the big titties that was like a bunny? That one takes me out every time.
Close the gap. Oh, I see. Fire. Here comes my signature. Got this. Delivery. Can't afford to fall here and now. Burn, baby.
Oh, Dahlia, that's her. Dahlia's design is wild. Like, what were they thinking?
Everyone says new powers.
That was kind of rough for whatever reason. I've got like an eyelash in my eye.
That's it. Our task is done. They'll never harm an innocent again. The custodian herself has cleaned up the old one's mess. The matter can finally be put to bed.
Lady Neil, was this really the right thing to do? They were erratic and unsafe, but were they not also a part of you?
There's an easy answer to that one, Celica. If you are always chained to the past, you can never look to the future.
The
Even
future.
If it means denying my old self's legacy, I still intend to right their wrongs. We Clue must rise above our past if we're to soar once again through the infinite beyond.
Among the acolytes, there were some who disputed your authority. Some even called you heretic. Now I see the truth. I see that you have always had Clue's best interests at heart.
The same can be said of all Clurians, Celica. You see, the only difference is how we go about it. Besides, making contact with alien races, it's not always the solar storm we think it'll be. We don't need faith and tech as crutches, not when words can bridge the gap between worlds. We have a prime example of that right here, right?
I'm like her biggest fan.
Yes. Now, we've wrapped up our business in Coldrose, but there's still much work to be done on Mira. So many races journeyed through the stars to end up on this single planet, cosmo-archaeologically speaking. It's odd. The way Mira keeps presenting mystery upon mystery, I doubt my work's drying up anytime soon.
Tell her you're ready to take any job she throws at you.
Oh, you're pretty much indispensable at this point if I'm to perform my fieldwork here. why don't you become my assistant? Yeah,
Yes!
That's a great idea.
I would love to.
Lady Neil, the humans might have pressing matters of their
No,
own.
no,
to
no,
deal
no,
with.
no, 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 I don't. I'm doing nothing. I'm actually super bored. I'm able to be, what do you need? I'll do it. I am yours to command. Sorry, I'm looking for my glasses. Wait, because my glasses are dirty. Where is... Never mind, I can't find it. I'll have to find it later. I missed her already. I missed her already. She is perfect. I think she's back to being, well, okay, so her, Lao, they're like together for my favorites. Can we become her assistant, take the gaze with us away from New LA and leave capitalism? Yes. It's crazy how Neil is a new character because they really left people wondering what the ruins in Calderos and Oblivia were for 10 years. Oh, wow. This is a good stopping point if you want to end. Oh. So longer stream, probably not. Remain party members so bad. They're so cute together. They are. I would love a definitive edition of Xenoblade 2, but I kind of want to also delete like so many blades. Some adult-looking blades flirting with the brag still creeps me out. No, I feel that. I really do. I feel it. Like, leave my son alone. He's just a baby. Actually, what do we have? We have like... I want to play all of the games. All of the games? I want to play all of the game. I just want to play all of the game right now. I'm around. No, I'm not in Oblivion right now. Okay. Yeah, we should probably stop. We should probably stop for today because I'll keep going. I'll keep going, and then that's going to be a problem because I'll be tired if I keep going. I feel like we did pretty well for progress, even though I feel like we did quite a few affinity quests. There's still a ton more on the map. This is wild. Like I definitely can't do this one because my affinity is too low for both of them. I can't do this one. I can't do this one. Can't do this one. I can do this one. I think I'm 49. I can do L's final one. Ooh, I can do Murderous the second one. Can't do his. Oh, we can do Hope's final one. I don't think we can do hers. Can you not actually do the Lisa one now since you just got the affinity? Actually, was it two? Maybe actually. Yeah, I can do it. Never mind, I can do it. Okay, so tomorrow